The co-host shut down my video. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you also.
Oh,
So
good.
your audio is working.
My video's not working. The co-host shut down my video, it says. My host has stopped it.
There
Oh,
you
oh. I like your shirt, Bob. It's a nice color.
My first thing I bought almost since Christmas, because I wore all my other polo shirts out. And I bought
You
it
know, it's-
curbside. You know,
Oh, cool.
yeah, I did a curbside pickup and they put it in the trunk.
That's really cool.
So I'm doing my share to keep the economy going.
I'm getting glare from the window, so I'm gonna have to close the window. At some point I have to put the light on. I look like a ghost. Okay. I look like a ghost.
But I'll send you the address. But right now,
So this is interesting. No, I got big. Why am I big? I don't want to be big. I like being small. There, that's better.
Test.
Who are we missing? How much time do I have? Oh, it's 7.
Oh, there he is.
Guys, ready to go?
Where are you?
Do you see me now?
Nope.
I see you.
Oh,
Okay.
now I see you. How come, is that God shining behind you or something? There's some really bright light back there.
You got it. It's God.
He's
God is
enlightened.
good.
You need
enlightened.
a curtain.
Okay. Peter's here.
Yes.
Kevin, are you here? I see everyone here. Laura,
I'm here. I'm going back to my office right now.
what are you, you're gonna let people in though, right?
Yes.
Oh, she's gonna do it from her office? I see.
Yes.
Okay. All right, before I call this meeting to order, I'm just going, we're up to 354 people and some people are watching on YouTube. I'm going to read this message. Am I being heard well, Linda?
Yes,
Okay,
I hear
good.
you.
Okay, this is a public meeting of the San Mateo Union High School District Board of Trustees. If you wish to make a comment about an agenda item or during public comment sections at the beginning of the meeting, please send an email to comments@smUHSD.org. That's comments, COMMENTS @SMUHSD.org with your name, email address, and your Zoom name, and the item under which you would like to comment. The board president will call on you. Please note that comments are limited to 3 minutes, and we have a timer online. The board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending upon the topic and number of persons willing to be heard. I want to add right now that for item L1, we already have close to 60 people who want to speak. So we will be, for those of you who sent your name in, we will be lowering the time limit to 1 minute. So please be prepared to keep your comments to 1 minute. We have gotten many emails on item L1 and the board has read them all. So I would appreciate that when you do comment, don't repeat what others say on those items. And there's no need for repetition. On item L1, Laura Chalkley, our Director of Public Relations or Communications, will be creating a random list in which people will be called. And we'll be forwarding that to me, and between us, we will be calling on you. And we will let people know what the, for lack of better language, the batting order is, who's on deck and things like that. The items for L1 and other items, you can still sign up to speak up until we start the item. Once we start the item, sign-ups for that item end. Any item, L1 or any future items. And some of you who have signed up for L1, knowing we have 60 speakers or so, and knowing we've read all the emails, if you want to take your name off, please write to comments@smuhsd.org to do so. Okay? With that, I call this meeting to order. And we're returning from closed session where we did not take any action, or where we took one action to approve a special education settlement. I'm going to do roll call. Greg Ladd.
Present.
Trustee Linda Lees Dwyer.
Present.
Greg Land is also a trustee. Clerk Peter Hadley.
Yes.
Vice President Robert Griffin.
Present.
And I'm President Mark Friedman, present. Dr. Skelly, you have a flag to your, I guess it would be to your right. Please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the
The
flag
flag.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and
Justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Next is public and or governing board comments. I have two people who put in for public comments. They are Rachel Lauderdale and Alyssa Sun. Are they in here? Yes. So I'm going to call Rachel first and then Alyssa, and someone's going to run the 3-minute clock for me. So Rachel, please unmute yourself and begin speaking. 3 minutes. Rachel? I'm trying to unmute you too. Let's see if we can unmute her. Rachel is not unmuting. So we're going to try Alyssa.
Hi.
Alyssa, you're unmuted. Where's the clock?
need to start the clock if you can.
No.
Oh, I see it.
When she starts talking.
When she starts talking. I just wanted to see where it is. Alyssa, do you say something so we can know that you're working?
Good evening.
Okay. You see the clock in the upper left-hand corner or somewhere up there?
Yes, I do see it.
Okay, that's your 3 minutes. It will start when you begin your speech. You have the floor.
All right, thank you. Good evening, board. My name is Elsa Sun, and today I am here to address the issue of GPA credit in regards to college courses. First of all, I completely understand that there are more pressing, demanding issues at hand right now, and I'm truly grateful for all the time and consideration being put into our safety and education at the moment. However, at the moment, San Mateo High School does not offer a GPA boost for college courses. This is most easily illustrated with math, which relies on a step-by-step progression of knowledge. If I were a student who took up all the math offerings at SMHS and I wanted to pursue math to a greater extent out of love and search for knowledge, I could take the next course at community college, but I would receive less credit than had I opted to take another AP instead. This is clearly a problem. It dissuades students from furthering their education and pushes them to expensive, largely inaccessible options such as tutoring. Online education is pretty much incomprehensive and difficult to understand, especially at higher level education. Aragon currently offers a GPA boost for multivariable calculus, which I would like to address as the course that is taken after calculus. So even though Aragon is offering the exact same course and is or even less comprehensive than college courses are not given a GPA boost while Aragon students are. I think that this inequality is wrong, and that students at SMHS and Aragon should be able to access the same amount of resources and reach the same benefits and have the same opportunities to further their education. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Skelly, do you want to, while we can't comment, you can give information on?
Yeah, we plan to bring this issue back to the board at the June board meeting.
Not that
And
you-
it'll address, at least our proposal will address Ms. Sun's concerns.
In what meeting? Sorry.
August.
The July 14th
July.
meeting, or
July?
August,
All
yeah.
right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Miss, where is it? Rachel Lauderdale, I saw you did unmute yourself. Where did you go?
I'm right here if you guys can hear me.
Oh, yes, you have 3 minutes when she starts.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, Board of Trustees, district leaders, and community members. I'm Rachel Lauderdale. I'm the newly elected Association Vice President, an English and Guided Studies teacher, instructional technology coordinator, and girls varsity soccer coach at Hillsdale High School. I know the focus of tonight's meeting is the incredibly important question of what the fall will look like for our staff and students. I fear the urgency and importance of this conversation will overshadow an even more important conversation about Black Lives Matter. Jenny Coy spoke beautifully last week and mentioned some of the injustices and violence that our Black, Indigenous, and people of color community members face every day. She mentioned the names that are ingrained in our memory and hearts, the most recent of which are Andres Guardado, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Rashard Brooks, Elijah McClain, and Ahmaud Arbery. The list is endless and grows every day. The injustices Black, Indigenous, and people of color face every day do not stop at police violence and murder. The education system was built on the same institutionalized racism as the police force and our government. We live in a state that spends over $208,000 per incarcerated youth a year, according to the Justice Policy Institute, but only spends $11,000 per student in our classrooms, according to EdSource. In our world today, our actions can either serve the status quo of racism, or we can take steps to be anti-racist. Our behaviors either support systems of oppression or work to dismantle them. Society is shifting as more people are awakening to injustice, and we are no longer content to passively accept the status quo of racism and white supremacy. We must be anti-racist because Black Lives Matter. Although the resolution the board passed in the last meeting is a small first step, it is not enough. As Mr. Griffin said, it cannot be something that we talk about now and forget about in 90 days. Being anti-racist means taking action. We are in the beginning stages of this process with equity-minded association members in hopes that our legislative council and the district will agree to take the following steps towards action. We need anti-racist education for all teachers and staff that promotes dismantling institutionalized racism. We need training in a healing-centered approach to trauma for all teachers and staff to diminish the school-to-prison pipeline that is disproportionately dominated by our students of color. We need to bring back literacy programs and support programs that work to close the achievement gap and encourage our Black, Indigenous, and students of color to enter into the same AP and advanced courses dominated by their white and Asian peers. We need to examine and change our curriculum, pedagogy, and practices that are plagued by white supremacy to not only be representative, but to be anti-racist. We must ensure that our new ethnic studies program is taught by knowledgeable teachers passionate about dismantling institutionalized racism. We must work to change our relationship with SMPD, who not only work fully armed on our campuses, but were also overly aggressive at the peaceful student-led protest earlier this month. Finally, we must hire more Black, Indigenous, and people of color
Please wrap
so,
up.
so students can see themselves in the members and their mentors and teachers. I don't know if you've seen the petition going around from students that's fantastically written and signed by many staff, students, and family and community members. Our students are our future and they need us to do better. Thank you.
Wrap up. Thank you. Sorry, but we're going to try to stick to our time limits. Board comments now, Mr. Land.
Thank
You don't get a clock, Greg. You're
I know.
fine.
My clock's not on. I'll try to keep it brief. So with so many people signing the petition and sending emails to us, I felt it important to make a statement about what I think is important during this difficult time. I believe involved in all aspects of education. I've been there for much of my life. As a teacher, a principal, a parent, a student, and a board member, I've never seen such a time of upheaval for education. Because of this uncertainty and unknown territory, many of you out there are feeling stressed, upset, and concerned about what we will ultimately going to do. For me, my guiding principles are simple and will help me guide my focus tonight. The simple question is, what is best for our students for their learning, their health, and their safety? As I said in the last meeting, which others have quoted back to me, we need to go slow to go fast. Some see this as an either or decision, and I do not. It's not whether or not we focus on online distance learning or in-person learning. It's about how do we get from point A to point B in the best way possible for our students and our staff. I'm sure this evening's presentation will try to address this. As the evening unfolds and we start to make decisions on how best to proceed, I want to thank all of you who did send emails and gave us feedback about what to do, because it helps us understand all the issues from all sides in this crisis that has been created for us. I also want to thank Dr. Sunil Koliwad. Sunil, if I said butchered your name, I'm sorry, who's a doctor and an endocrinologist at UCSF. And his words helped guide me in some of those growing mindsets that I have about what's going on. Here were some of the takeaways that I had. The first was that education in schools are about teaching kids how to interact. We need to ensure how we introduce these new procedures that we're going to have and have this as part of the journey that we are. That's what we've always done, whether it's bike safety or how to use a computer or even how to wear a mask. I think we have that need to do. The second is we need to build confidence in the system we use to bring our students back together. We need to phase in and adapt as we see how things are working well. The more we try to expand, the more we see the system is working or not, so we must be adaptable. The third is mask wearing, social distancing, hand washing, or the 4 pillars that you're going to hear. These can be extremely effective, and I love the data that he showed us to calm the spread of the COVID virus. Even if it's not 100%, it makes a difference. I think this helped me understand what is possible and how we can move forward. As part of this movement forward, I rely on the educators as well. For those teachers who sent us letters as well and emails, I want to thank you for your expertise. One of the obvious elements that we need to be sure of in our plan is about social emotional needs of our students. They need to feel connected. Whether it's virtual, albeit harder in that way, or in person, we need to ensure whatever plan we choose, that our planning includes means by which our students and our teachers can connect on a real and emotional level. This is critical for our students, but also most critical for our at-risk students to help them learn. Another element is time management. No matter what we plan and we develop tonight, one component needs to be providing the time and place for teachers to get professional development, both in-person and online planning. The spring gave us the knowledge that we can rise up in an emergency situation, but it also helped us learn that online learning can take many forms, both good and bad. There are issues that need to be addressed and resolved before we can move forward. We will need to develop and build a cohesive, rigorous, involved, connected, accountable distance learning model for all of our high schools. This is essential. I'm well aware that this will be another long meeting and many words will be exchanged. Some will be out of anger and fear. Most will be out of concern. I want to remember that we all care about what is going to happen, and I know that. And I know that we all want what is best for our students in our district. We can do it. It's not going to be easy.
Thank you, Greg. Before we move to the next speaker, I just want to ask the participants, attendees, we are oversubscribed to a webinar. We have more than 500 people. And some people who would like to speak are not able to get into the meeting. For those of you who are just in the meeting, excuse me. Those of you who are just in the meeting to watch, of the 500 attendees, see if you can get the meeting on through our YouTube channel where it's being broadcast. If you can, I would encourage you to watch it on the YouTube channel and then allow people who are going to speak to sign in through the Zoom. Okay? Next is Linda Lees-Dwyer. Trustee Linda Lees-Dwyer.
Hey, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, good. We don't talk to each other. We rarely talk to each other between meetings. And so it's interesting that Greg reacted to the same email that I did from Dr. Kolinad and had pretty much the same thing to say as I'm going to say. But so I don't want to repeat a lot of what Greg said because we don't want you to repeat when you're making comments. So we certainly shouldn't do that ourselves. I work full time, and for the last couple of weeks, I have been reading your emails full time. So I wake up at 3 in the morning and I'm either worrying about one of my cases or I'm worrying about one of your emails. It's been a long couple of weeks, but I have to say I appreciate all of the input, and I think it's so important that your words are read, that you are heard, that you are participating, because that's what democracy and public service is all about. This is a public school, and I thank you for everything you sent me, even the ones that weren't very pleasant, but this isn't a pleasant time, and I can certainly understand it. I only replied to one email, and it's kind of funny because it's the one that Greg Land referenced. It was from Dr. Sunil Kolinad, and he referenced Dr. Atul Gawande, who is a fine physician on the East Coast, and he also writes for the New Yorker, which I happen to read. And he wrote an excellent article, which you can actually get online, and I would recommend it to anyone who hasn't read it, about COVID-19, about the pandemic, about what they were doing in their hospital to try to keep everyone safe and how successful they were. And he had 5 points actually, which I'll make real quickly. Everyone has to be 100% masked. Everyone has to participate in hand washing. Surfaces must be disinfected. Indoor distancing is incredibly important. And the last one I think is probably the most important, that we all use common courtesy and respect. And I think that's something that coming out of all of the isolation that people have had, everyone's excited to get back together. And we have to remember to be courteous and respect the space of other people who may not share how we see this virus. We have survived, and now we need to plan and prepare for what comes next. And that's what we're here to tonight. Things have been changing. They're changing again. They're going to continue to change. We need to be prepared for that. And I think that's the most important work that we can do. And thank you for coming to our meeting.
Thank you. Peter Handley.
Thanks, Mark. I'm also grateful for the emails. They've been an enormous number of emails, and like Linda, I've been involved in a number of projects over the last month or so that have pretty much kept me busy full time, or even more than full time. So it's been a challenge to keep up with the emails, but I'm particularly grateful for the overwhelming number of them that have been very civil and respectful for the process that we're going through. That has not always been the case when we've had controversial issues in the district, and I'm very grateful that it has been in this case, because that's that's really how democracy works best. This is very messy, and this is very complicated, and it's a very difficult situation for all of us. But this is how democracies work through these very difficult situations to find their way through, find their way to compromise. My suspicion is that no one's going to be completely satisfied with where we end up. But, I think, we need to make some progress here. We're not going to find perfection tonight or probably even in July, but we need to start, and we need to make a beginning, and then we need to adapt, and we may need to make some more progress, and then we'll find our way. And I'm very confident we have great people in this district, and I know that we are going to continue to make progress. I want to get through this in the best possible way, get students the best possible education, and in the safest possible manner. So that's what I've been working towards. It's been an enormous effort so far, and I expect that it's going to continue to be an enormous effort on everybody's part. But we'll endeavor to go forward.
Thank you, Peter. Vice President Robert Griffin.
I want to, I'll try not to plow the ground that everybody else in front of me has plowed already. I do want to acknowledge the emails, a lot of divergent views. They're cogent arguments, and they're out at the extremes, and they're very well presented, and I appreciate them. I spent a lot of time, and I too have a job where I actually sell time, and it seems like I've been mostly reading emails, and I was not able to respond to many of them because there were so many of them to just read. What I did since the last meeting, I spent time talking to Shara Watkins, who's on the San Mateo Foster City Board, about a number of issues, including their meeting last week that lasted till 1, and their plans, and how those are developing, and also had a call with Amaranth Lee from the San Mateo City Council talking about, and this is sort of a follow-up to an earlier meeting that Mark and I and the superintendent had with the city of San Mateo. And we're going to continue our dialogues and figure out how we can move forward and find commonality. And it was kind of interesting, as a result of one of my meetings, I actually sat in on a case study of how Taipei City reopened and some of the educational successes they had, in getting their programs open and serving their students. It was a real live webinar, which meant that it was very late here and very early, because it was actually people in whatever time zone they were in Taiwan. So anyway, that's what I've been doing. I do think that there's not going, my goal tonight is that we make progress. And sometimes I'm sure we'll take a lot of steps. We'll seem like we take 2 steps forward, maybe 3 back. But I think ultimately we're going to get there. It's just not going to be easy. I ask for everybody's cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. I'll try to make my comments brief. I just second everything Greg said, following up with Linda, Peter, and Bob. I've seen all the emails. I appreciate all the efforts that went into writing them. I've read each and every one. I'd also add that there's other things going on in the district that are very important, sort of going on top of what Rachel Lauderdale had to say in her public comment. On this agenda, we are going to take, I think, a first sort of mini step. We are going to consider a first sort of mini step onto some of the issues Ms. Lauderdale raised. We will be considering suspending our contract with the San Mateo Police Department to explore if we can find better alternatives. So that's just one small step to other issues that are very important regarding what's going on in the world and society, in addition to COVID-19. Okay, I am going to move to item I, communications to the board. There are none. Official communications, I should say. There are none of those. The consent agenda. Okay, we are going to pull item J1 because we have a speaker who would like to speak to it, and thus it's required to be pulled. Does anyone else? What is the item? We're going to change item, help me here, someone. The interdistrict transfers. Why don't we just pull item J8? Okay, because we'll just approve it less D47. And then did someone else want to pull an item, I thought?
J4 is, I'd like to discuss.
So J1, J4, and J8. Does anyone want to make a motion to pass?
I'll move it that way.
Without J1, J4, and J8?
Second.
Motion
Second.
by Mr. Land to pass the consent agenda less item J1, J4, and J8. Seconded by Ms. Lees Dwyer. Mr. Land,
Yes.
Ms. Lees Dwyer,
Yes.
Mr. Hanley,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes.
and I vote yes. The motion carries 5-0. Item J1, which is approve the specific COVID-19 board policy, board policy 0470, COVID-19 mitigation. Actually had requests for 2 speakers, but one just isn't here. So we will just hear from the one speaker. Sean McCall, please unmute yourself. You did. You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
All right. Hello, board. Thank you for having me on, and hello to all the educational enthusiasts out there. I know that everyone has strong opinions on all the multifaceted parts of the return to school plan. And with that being said, I appreciate the opportunity for all of the board members and the teachers and the parents, as well as the taxpayer stakeholders that are in our community, have the ability to have a dialogue. So we're a community and we're in this together, and it's not just about them versus us. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen and really hope that we can come together to have some type of a blended model of success, a win-win for everyone, even though everyone might not be completely happy, but at least we're working together on it versus all these kind of little task force on the side. And we don't know what's going on until the very last minute. And I think that's what raises a lot of anger issues or people who are frustrated. So with that, I wanted to talk about the fact that the state has opened the schools. The county health department has said they approve that. There are many school districts that are even looking at going back to school full time. Marin is even dealing with that. Some are looking at blended models. I would just hope that we come together as a team, as a community, and we listen to each other and we do some compromise back and forth. And based on what the state and the county is saying, I can see the frustration on many people's part of why aren't we moving forward faster like all of the others? Because you 5 voting members hold everyone's fate in your hands with your vote. We want to keep it safe for the teachers and the students. And as parent groups, let us know what we need to do to circle the wagons and make sure everyone has all the equipment, whatever they need to go back to school, whether it's part-time, full-time, or quickly phased in. But I would like to say that I would like to see students on campus that are selected to be there where it's open to everyone. You're not looking at discriminating against a certain group because they have IEPs or one is an English learner and some people speak English and they have a computer at home. We need to open it up and be fair to everyone. A lot of people want that option. And I know a lot of people also want to be able to work from home and take that option, which is great. And I know we're going to talk about a lot of plans that are available to the district and to the teachers. And so I will go ahead and just say thank you for the time for listening and let the other parents go ahead and bring up some other points as well as the teachers. Thank you.
This is, I'm sorry about this, but this is regarding item J1. Approve the specific COVID-19 board
Can't hear
policy.
you, Mark.
Mark, you need to speak into the
This
mic.
is regarding item J1, approving the COVID-19 board policies, not the back to school discussion. I have one other speaker, Marina von Blumenstein. Marina, do you want to speak on item J1, the board policies?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please keep your comments to the board policies. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, hi. So yes, I think my concern with this consent agenda, the request that I have to the board is that you don't vote on that item until you've had a time to have everybody make their comments. Because basically what you're doing is that item says, I'm going to approve what's going to be discussed later on the agenda item L1, but you haven't had the feedback from family members, from people, from students. So why would you say, yes, I'm approving it, and then later on say, okay, now what are the details and how are we going to make that work? That was my first concern. The second concern that I have is that I believe the job of the admin and the school board is to get the kids back to school. We need to find a way to get that to happen. I ask that you guys look at the yearbooks and consider that school is not just for education. It's for other things, helping mold the students, growing their social character, growing their friendships, and helping them to learn and overcome fears and obstacles. With the issue of getting students back to school, and I'm addressing this because these are all in the points that are there, I ask you to look at the statistics from the San Mateo COVID database dashboard from June 23rd. We had a total of 2,961 cases of COVID confirmed, 104 deaths. 71 of those deaths were in nursing facilities and long-term care facilities. So 33 of those deaths, I will say, are the general public death. General public. It saddens me to know that these many people have died and that we're still not taking care of our seniors. The 33 people in a population, San Mateo County, of $769,000, 69,000 people, 769,000 people for 33 deaths. It seems to me that the cure that we're posing is worse than the disease. It's not going to go away anytime soon, and we can't guarantee it. Are we supposed to keep our kids and our prisoners for the next 2 years and not let them do that? The previous speaker had the same concern I had about educating all kids and how they go back on campus equity-wise, ESL, EIP, AP kids. Your job is to educate them all. I believe that kids will follow the rules. They understand the value of their education. Please listen to what people are telling you. Help us figure this out. Make it work. Why can other industries make it work and we have such an issue? Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll move to item J1 now, Greg.
Okay, so with that,
Before we have a motion, if you would like.
actually what I was going to recommend is where we usually do the policies at the end. Kind of in conjunction with what Marina was saying, I think maybe after our discussions where we usually put policies at the end to the consent, I would like to bring it up at that point, because one of my big questions is with the budget trailer, SB 77, there may be some conflicts with this adoption of these policies. So I'd like to hold off either to the end of the meeting or after we've discussed it, or we can bring up the questions now, because is that incongruence with what might be passed, or should we hold off on it? So I know these are usually, and I think it's important to bring up, and Kirk, you might want to bring this up, is these policies are usually brought forward to us from the state and from the California School Boards Association. So it's not something that we've made specific. And these are general policies that most boards will bring up and approve. But are they in contradiction with SB 77 if it's passed?
No, it's AB 77.
AB, is it AB? No, I think it's SB.
Yeah, it's AB 77.
Is it AB? Okay.
Kirk, why don't you answer it?
Is there gonna vote? Yeah, this is what we're doing.
I couldn't hear you, Mark, but I think you said.
Answer his questions, please.
Oh, yes. So this is this is 13 pages of protocol, safety protocol of how the district would, that confirms the district will follow those protocol when we reopen the schools, either for staff or students or both. I don't know that if it conflicts with AB 77. If it does, we can do a revision to this. But it does have distance learning, remote learning, and those a couple pages of procedures for that. So I don't think it would conflict, but I'm a little confused with that bill to begin with.
So the question is, do we have?
Well, then my just recommendation is just, can we vote on it when we do it at the end?
Sure.
Last 2 weeks ago, why is this on consent? Because we've already looked at it.
Yes.
Okay,
That's right.
So I just didn't want it to be in conflict, but that's fine.
Do you want to make it wait, or we could pass it and then amend it as necessary?
Either would work. I'm okay now that that was out there.
Okay, do I hear a motion or a decision?
Do we have a question? Do we have to, does this prevent us from doing anything moving forward with our plans? Can we not adopt this later, either at the end of the meeting or even after we figure out, because I looked at AB 77 and some of that language. Is it essential that we take action this evening?
Yeah, so this policy provides for language that supersedes any conflicting language in our other policies. But if you wanted to wait till July 14th, this is basically about reopening the schools, which is until August. We could put it off till the next meeting if you'd like to see if what actually gets passed with the AB 77.
I think that's a good idea.
Sure.
Okay, so Linda.
Yeah, I don't think we need to be in a rush with it. I think that we are going to see the AB 77 is going to solidify hopefully this weekend. And at this point in time, I did look at a legal opinion on it. Thank you, Kirk. That said that at this, what it looks like today is that it only includes 100% remote learning. But until it's a done deal, it's probably prudent for us to just wait until July 14th and not have to go through a revision if they make a change.
Okay, so does the board have consensus to table this till July 14th?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So without objection, I'll order it tabled till July 14th. Let's move on to item J4. Who had an issue there?
I did. The pool service contracts, and I don't have my, I printed out the paperwork, but I didn't print out each little page. So I don't have my agenda up, but the Burlingame Pool has a contract. And I was curious, I know we got an agreement in place. Is any of this cost share going to be passed along, or how is the the upcoming maintenance agreement? Is that already cooked into our budget, Liz? I mean, is it cooked into our agreement?
I think, I'd have to go back and look at the specifically, if it's like with NOR, it's something that we would divide it based on the agreement. If it's work that's gonna get done during the close, we will split the cost.
I think it's just the regular maintenance
Right,
agreements.
right. Then they share in the cost of maintaining the pool.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted clarification, so I'll move adoption of J4.
Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second?
Second.
I heard Linda first. Motion by Mr. Griffin, second by Ms. Lees Dwyer. Greg Ladd,
Yes.
Linda Lees Dwyer,
Yes.
Peter Hanley,
Yes.
Robert Griffin,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion carries 5-0. On item J8, based on closed session discussion, which is appropriate and allowed for this item, I'm looking for a motion to approve item J8 less IDT 47.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
So motion by Mr. Griffin, second by Mr. Land. Greg Land,
Yes.
Linda Lees Dwyer,
Yes.
Peter Hanley,
Yes.
Robert Griffin,
Yes.
Mark Friedman, yes. The motion carries by a vote of 5-0. Moving on, regular reports. Report of the superintendent, Dr. Skelly. You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a short report. I believe it was mentioned earlier about a petition to the district. I think Ms. Phillips, and it was signed in relation to our work on combating racism. She communicated with me today, and we're going to set up a meeting with staff and her on July 1st. It's already been set. So I just wanted to mention that because it came up earlier. Other than that, my comments will be during later in the agenda.
Thank you. Report of the student board member, being that it's summer, we don't have a student board member. Report of the District Teachers Association representative, Mr. Childress. Please unmute yourself and you're free to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, President Friedman, members of the board, district cabinet. First, I'd like to share a bit of good news. The San Mateo Union High School District Teachers Association Teachers Care fundraiser, as of today, has raised $2,300 for the YMCA South San Francisco, $4,215 for Samaritan House, $4,385 for Second Harvest Food Bank, for a total of today of $10,900 to support families in need due to the effects of COVID-19 and job loss and food insecurity. Our association has also voted to provide $1,000 for each of those three charities as well as we're moving forward. The fundraiser is still going on, so if you're interested, you can check it out. With that, I'll shift to my typical comments. I'll just start. We are here this evening, 53 days before the start of school, hearing the news of COVID-19 cases spiking throughout California. We are saddened by this reminder that we are in the grip of a global pandemic over which we have no control and are acutely aware that we cannot say with any certainty where we will be in terms of community health conditions in August or November. To say otherwise is wishful thinking. Therefore, the task before us is as challenging as they come. We need to make decisions today to ensure the safety of our community while preserving the best educational experience for all of our students and remain flexible and nimble for whatever change comes next. We need to go slow to go fast. Through careful study of options, parameters, knowns, unknowns, the teachers of this district have come to believe that starting the year with a robust synchronous distance learning model is the most responsible choice for both safety and the quality of instruction. Committing to start with robust synchronous learning provides flexibility and preparedness. We will be able to guarantee to our families that whatever happens going forward, a second wave, another shelter in place, another outbreak on campus, or an outbreak on campus, sorry, never again will our students experience the chaos of last spring. One of the most irresponsible choices our district could make at this time would be to fail to ensure that teachers and students are prepared to move seamlessly into and out of remote learning at any time during the year. Expecting to ably shift to an effective distance learning model when it becomes necessary without this preparation is simply magical thinking. Let me be clear that by advocating for synchronous distance learning, teachers are not suggesting that we continue the haphazard experience of spring 2020. We are fully aware that that system, hastily thrown together in an emergency situation without much planning or training for teachers, failed many of our students and woefully underserved others. What was offered last spring was not a robust synchronous distance learning system. In the spring, the district instructed teachers to never require synchronous engagement. In the fall, synchronous distance learning will instead hold students accountable through scheduled classes, regular attendance, 5 days a week. In the spring, teachers waited 5 weeks for guidance from the district on grading and accountability and were ultimately left with a patchwork of hold harmless guidelines and relaxed standards, which were reasonably designed to minimize the impact on students' well-being. In the fall, however, students would instead receive grades and teacher feedback, much the same as in a traditional environment. We know that in the spring, teachers spent countless hours attempting to deliver better lessons online, but it is simply the case that many teachers did not have the training or the tools they needed to be meaningfully successful. Now the tools and the training and the support for both teachers and students have been identified to build on the lessons of last spring, but we need to devote the time, the funding, and the support for that effort. We are committed to that effort and welcome your support as well as accountability. In addition to being prepared, we believe that a robust distance learning program is the best use of our time, our resources, our energy to best support students academically. Distance learning offers more direct instructions for students and does not wastefully use the majority of teachers' time repeating lessons to small groups, as is the case for all blended models. With distance learning, the curriculum moves forward synchronously every day and does not have to be truncated. Beginning with distance learning in phase 1 of the plan allows teachers to introduce themselves to their classes unmasked in a low-risk, low-stress environment. We can focus on courses and relationships first. Starting with any blended model will limit our interactions with students to 2 days a week, masked and separated. Also, most of this early in-person time in a blended model will undoubtedly be devoted to teaching safety protocols and training students on digital homework tools for the remaining asynchronous days. Starting with remote learning puts the course content, the learning, and our relationships with students first, 5 days a week. Even in the 2 weeks since we've last met, we have learned so much more about the nature of this virus and of our public health. We've received confirmation that breathing each other's air, even for limited periods of time, is one of the best ways to spread the virus. Shouting, such as to be heard from behind a mask, talking loudly in a teacher voice, even breathing, all produce plumes of virus-laden aerosols that are not completely stopped by cloth masks. Outside is better than inside. Masks are important, but it is simply not safe to be indoors for any significant time with individuals from outside your household. Of course, proximity and duration also count. That is why we hear so often about small, stable cohorts of students. The fact of the matter is, however, that small, stable cohorts are not possible in a high school setting to limit the time and duration of any in-person experience. Remember, our high schoolers attend classes for hours at a time in mostly windowless classrooms with interconnected hallways and ventilation systems. Even in a blended model, the in-person component would put 800 plus individuals in the same building with shared air for approximately 4 hours at a time. Also, some of our buildings have absolutely no mechanical air handling at all. There's simply no way to conduct in-person learning indoors without facilitating the increased risk of a virus transmission. The safety of our community, of the 9,000 families we serve, and of our nearly 1,000 employees has to be our first priority. In delivering our essential service, we must first strive to do no harm. The 525 teachers we represent, many of who are district parents themselves, as I am, have devoted their careers, their entire careers, to educating the children of this district. Appealing for synchronous distance learning to start in no way means that we have abandoned that commitment or concern for the well-being of our students. To imply so is to tear at the fabric that holds our community together. Those who may baselessly suggest self-interest, a political power grab, or fear as our motivation undermine the collective process needed to face this unprecedented challenge. Now is the time we need to come together, listen to facts and to science, to move slowly and carefully to solve difficult problems that can only be addressed through careful, meticulous discussions that put the safety of our community and the instruction of our students first. Preparing to start with a distance learning model affords us the opportunity to do just that. The decisions we make today will provide us with the greatest flexibility in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on is report of the CSEA Chapter
Yes.
119, 519 representative.
Yes.
Hazak.
Yes. Good evening, President Friedman, members of the board, Dr. Scully, and everyone on the call. My name is Lori Tezak, and I'm the Chapter 519 Vice President, and the site I work at is Aragon. We're pleased to hear a budget deal was announced in Sacramento that keeps K through 12 and community college funding at current levels, directs districts and colleges to keep all classified staff employed, and provides additional layoff protections for some essential classified employees. Also, CSEA and the district continue to look for mutual date to meet with the mediator to resolve the impasse. Although school is out for the summer, 12-month CSEA employees have resumed and continue to work on site with summer projects well underway. We are closely following the Return to School Committee's recommendations, and we fully support recommendations that ensure the safety of all students and of all staff. Looking forward, we want to continue to be part of the discussions in developing revised work functions or out-of-class duties that classified employees may be assigned during this time. Being involved in this process will require open and flexible communication channels, as well as transparency in order to implement changes effectively. In the spirit of community, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tezak. Ms. Sherry Daghy, who is the report of the San Mateo Adult Schools Teachers Association. Sherry? There you go, Sherry. Oh, you just muted.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, President Friedman, Dr. Scully, members of the board, and everybody listening. We are wishing farewell to our director this evening, Tim Doyle, who, after being a union treasurer, ESL teacher, assistant director, and director for over 30 years, is retiring. And we are all very sad to see him go, and we wish him all the best in his retirement. And I should mention, he has also been a real mover and shaker for the cause of adult education in California. And we welcome our new director, Angela Taylor, who will be joining us July 1st. She comes most recently as principal of Oakland Adult and Career Education with a strong background in ESL, career education, GED, high school diploma, and more. She looks forward to meeting you at a future date. With sorrow, we announced the sudden passing of one of our teachers, Shana Thompson, on June 11th, just 2 months after her husband passed. She was with us for over 20 years and worked primarily in the high school diploma program with students who were behind on their credits to graduate from high school. One of her former students, Noelia Corzo, was a concurrent high school student many years ago and is now a school board trustee for San Mateo Foster City. This exemplifies the power of skilled educators to truly make a difference in our community. There's a GoFundMe site for Shana and her husband, Bill Thompson. To end on a happier note, we too celebrate with everyone at the district the good news that public funding was not cut for education as we'd feared. So we can all focus our attention now on reopening in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to move to item L1, reopening school for fall 2021 school year. We have, as we're beginning this presentation by Dr. Skelly, we are closing the ability to request to speak to it. Dr. Skelly. I should add, let me add, the process that we're going to do for this is Dr. Skelly and his team will present their report. The board will have a quick ability to ask any clarification questions, and they might not have any, at which point we'll then take comments from everyone who has signed up, limiting those comments to 1 minute apiece, and then the board will deliberate the item. Dr. Skelly.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Friedman. First, I do I neglected to mention Ms. Thompson and her passing in my comments. I got to know her this past year, and that was a sudden death, and to see her pass so shortly after her husband was really a tragedy. I said to somebody about this board meeting that we need to get a good night's sleep. We need to take heavy doses of patience, goodwill, respect, and love into this meeting. And like thousands of districts, we're struggling and having to reinvent almost every aspect of high school life through this process. And so we ask for your patience and appreciation for how hard this is. We, as many of those who are on at this board meeting know, we had a board meeting on June 11th where the board gave us some direction. It responded to some thoughts about what was called an 80-20 remote blended model that was presented, and staff took that and tried to build from that. One of the expectations of district staff is that we come to the board with strong recommendations that are well thought out and carefully considered, with lots of public input and discussions with other leaders and folks. And then the board makes its recommendation based on those. Tonight, we'll try to do that. Sometimes the board likes the ideas that staff presents, and then other times the reaction is not as favorable. I've learned to be philosophical about that, and we'll do the same tonight. And the board obviously has the last word on these things. I know that we probably won't finish our discussion tonight. We'll be back at it on July 14th at 1 o'clock for another board meeting. And I think that'll be an opportunity for us to take the board input that we receive and the direction that we receive and go forward from that. That said, we do need some direction. As Mr. Childers pointed out, school is 57 days, I think he said, away from now. And we do want to get off to a really strong start. I also want to share that, we've had Mr. Childers has been involved in many of the conversations here. And what I agree with his comments about the teacher interests. There are only good people involved in this process. I know many of the people who will speak tonight, many of the emails that I've gotten, and that we all want to do the best by our students. We all want to get kids back in school, and we all want to do as much as we can safely. We need to do more for kids because being a kid has never been easy, and it's not easy today. So if you go to slide 2, do you have those up now? We'll get started on the presentation here. Is it up on the, I'm only using, it's up, okay, all right, great.
Someone needs to share, I don't have it up.
It's not up yet?
No.
Who has it?
Staff here in the district office, we're working.
Sharing it right now.
Sharing it right now. Did it work? Do you see it on your screen now? I'm doing something different.
No, you have to share. Someone has to share screen who's an owner.
Do you want me to share the screen?
If you can, Julia.
Okay.
Who has it? I can make them share the screen.
I can share it if you guys would like me to.
Let me see. Here we go.
There we
Here we
go.
go. Okay, thanks. If you go to slide 2 here, we have an agenda for the presentation here. First is to look over some learning schedules and the calendar for comprehensive high schools for the fall 2020 semester. This builds on the presentation from last meeting, and we'll look for your direction on that. The next item is the phases for reopening. There have been some concerns or questions that we've received in emails on that, and I'll talk a little bit about that when we get there. A description of what we would do in terms of checkpoints for evaluating the schedule and the phases that go in there. Some descriptions around special ed and ELD students, a description of synchronous learning, some issues around food distribution, our staff recommendations, and then some information about next steps. On the next slide here, I do want to thank the Return to School Planning Group. Their information, much of which was covered, the 22 committees, their reports were discussed at the board meeting on June 11th. Dr. Black went through those, and they're contained in the appendix, and we're not going to spend any time tonight reviewing those. But the issues that are mentioned here are contained within this presentation. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that this is our learning schedule. This builds on the comments that board members gave us about presentation materials from last time, the expectation that there would be more synchronized, synchronous learning here. This is not a blended model that starts off here. We're not proposing a blended model here. We're proposing to start the year with most classes in a synchronous virtual learning situation. And so this gives us the kind of time that we think that students need for that synchronous learning. There are about 3 hours a week in time here. I believe it's 178.5 minutes on average a week, which compares, that's almost 3 hours as compared to the schedules that students had before, which was about 3 hours, 3.5 hours in the schedules that schools had before this. Almost all of our comprehensive schools would have this bell schedule. There might be a little bit of difference between this schedule and say Hillsdale, where they have the advisory built into their schedule. And that would be something that the Hillsdale community would work on, using this as a baseline, and then perhaps taking the support time on Tuesdays and Thursdays in this week 1. We think that this meets many of the interests that we have from parents and community members, as well as board members, which is time to do professional development, to get to have faculty meetings. Many of these elements were already built in to the schedules that schools had before. Support time for students, whether it's counseling time for students to set up, to support college applications, to bring classes together virtually, those kinds of things, or mental health issues, which we know are factors as we do this work. And then also potentially time for labs, small group tutorials, and other asynchronous structures here. We've discussed this, the schedule with our principals and our teacher leadership, Mr. Childers and others, and it has strong support from all elements. And so we're going to ask you, we hope that you don't have any concerns about this as we go forward. What I've shared here is week 1 of the schedule. The next slide outlines week 2. This is often what's called an odd-even schedule, where at an AB day or an AB day where 3 or 4 classes meet one day, the other 3 or 4 meet the next day. And then, so it would go through, in this particular schedule, week 2, it would have 2nd, 4th, and 6th, and the support period as well. And then on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it would have odd schedules, 1, 3, 5, and 7 schedules for students, and a similar amount, well, a slightly more support time during the weeks, like the weeks that started with the even classes on Monday. The next schedule, week 3 would have the same schedule, odd, even, AB, but on Friday would be an enrichment and intervention time. This would be a time that schools would develop. Many of our schools have a 7-period day built in, at least at some points during the day. And this could be time for school-wide assemblies or other activities that would be done virtually, school spirit activities and the like as we go forward. The next slide, slide 7, gives a potential calendar for the first semester if this is this is the way that we go. We think that no matter what kind of phase the board approaches, this would work. It could be modified if based on the phases, but in general, it would work for whatever phase that we were in, and could carry on to the second semester, or if we ever were able to reach the point where we were in phase 5, where all students were on campus. If we go to the next slide, this was a slide that, and I appreciated how carefully many people read over the presentation. Notice that we put in here potential phases. I think we need to be flexible, we need to be nimble, we need to make changes as we go forward, depending on the feedback that we get from school folks, as well as our families and students here. But what we know is, based on the concerns from emails and conversations, that that there's a sense that upperclassmen and underclassmen all have needs here, and that phase 3 and 4 seem to focus on particular groups of students more than others. And that may be something that we want to look at, and we can discuss more at the July 14th meeting, should you have support for what we're doing. We also, as you will hear, are recommending a start in phase 2. We would anticipate that most of our students would be doing most of their classes online, and that we would not have any learning experience that would be indoors in our classrooms in phase 2, with the possible exception of Peninsula High School and some of the and Middle College, with very small groups, given the particular nature, and I'll talk about Peninsula a little bit more. We think that our English learners are students that we're going to need to pay particular attention to, and all the studies suggest that English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, those students have a particularly harder time with complete virtual learning. And so we want to build in here more attention for providing for those students in our description here. We want to do outdoor instruction if we can, if that's possible. And we think physical education and perhaps some of our performing arts are fertile areas for us to explore there. We think physical education offers a chance to do some social distancing, to allow for students to be outside, to socialize. We know that exercise is key to mental health, and it's one of the classes that frankly works best outside for many students. So we're particularly interested in that. We think performing arts and dance are other opportunities there. And then I think I should mention a little bit about Peninsula High School. Peninsula High School in the coming year looks like it will have an enrollment of 100 students. It's located in a large campus right now at Crestmore, which is up in San Bruno. We think these are some of the most vulnerable students that we have. Many of those students have made poor choices throughout their high school career. School does not come easy for them, and they often need unique, personal, individual opportunities. And we believe that there should be some allowances for those students to have more in-person experiences than phase one, which would be a 100% online model would do. This school unfortunately is overly represented with our students of color. We haven't done a particularly good job. These students have not had this kind of success that we hope. And so we think that greater intervention and more personalized in-person instruction would serve those students well. And we hope that our teacher group would see this as an opportunity for us to move on that. Once we're in phase two, we would, if things are successful there, we might look at phase three and other ways to do things. We think that we need to demonstrate success, and we think we can around having students online for the majority of our students, the vast majority of our students, as well as for most of the time. We think we can do that a lot better, and we'll talk about that later in the presentation. The next slide here about checkpoints describes a little bit more about what we. One of the comments from board members is that we want accountability in this, and I think the teachers are open to accountability in this structure. They know that there are high expectations for all of us as we go into the fall. We all recognize that in-person instruction, and it was part of the side letter with the teachers union, is better if you can do it with every student being in the classroom like we had in January. So I don't want to oversell synchronous online instruction, but I do think that A, we can do a way better job, and B, it is the best, safest model for us as we begin this first phase. So if you look at what we've outlined here, we plan to update you at every board meeting. We'll do every 3 weeks, we'll do some sort of evaluation regarding the effectiveness of the schedule to see where it's working, where the schedule may need some adjustments, and we're committed to that. And then every 6 weeks, we need an evaluation regarding the phase level and potential phase acceleration. I think that we all share an interest in having students back on campus, and we want to do that safely, and that's to a person in this district. So we will be coming back with recommendations for the board to consider every 6 weeks. But I think we do think that to do this right, we need to have 6 weeks for whatever the phase we start at, unless there are emergency situations that we would have to adjust. And then I think that to reiterate, this is a board decision that you will make based on health directives and programming efficacy. So we are, as I go to the next slide about additional considerations, we're talking, we're having some discussions. In fact, tomorrow, in the aftermath of this board meeting, representatives of the teachers and district administration will be starting bright and early tomorrow with some discussions about how to go forward with the direction that we received tonight. This is one of the ideas here, support periods. That would be within some of the time here. And those are details that we're anxious to discuss. It may take longer than the start of school, but we're interested in this. Enrichment and intervention definition, common expectations, what are the interventions that we can do, and how can we support students that are not in classes like guided studies, directed studies, or AVID. And then we also need to look at what our drop policy would be. These are things that we'll bring back with more granularity at the June 14th board meeting. There have been some questions about slide 11 and the idea that students may opt for reduced course loads. We know that right now, 11th and 12th graders, we have board policy, and frankly, the state has expectations that students must take 5 classes. We think this may be a time for us to allow students to graduate early if they want to take fewer classes and have plans or need to work or to support their family in this, what is not only a pandemic, but it's an economic catastrophe for many families, that we want to give them an opportunity to get started on their career if that's what their family needs. We're not suggesting that students should take fewer classes, but we do know that there are students that would be in that situation. And we want to continue to offer a 7-period day and the opportunity for students to take 7 classes here. We do know that there are some students who have thrived. It's not been a lot of students, but we also know that there are students who prefer a asynchronous independent study kind of platform. That exists in our district now. We use Edgenuity. We also know that many students will choose to take courses from other sources such as the community college and other WASC accredited online providers. And we know we need to be more flexible as an institution going into this time. We know, just for those who are interested in this topic, we just had conversations with the community college now, and they do have space for many classes as they go forward here. So, and we also think that there may be students who want to take some mixture of those pieces here. In the beginning comments, there were discussions about our students of color, our ELD students, Indigenous students, our African American students. And so we are talking about how to support our ELD students. Many of these students are in a cohort. We have the Bridge program now. We have other opportunities here. We want to do ways to check in individually with these students and then offer some more opportunities so those students can graduate, even if they started their high school education at an older age. So this is a really important group, and these are students who often have access issues around technology. Next slide. Special education students are also on our minds. This is an area where I think our special ed teachers worked extremely hard this year, but this is a group that does not thrive often in online situations, and so we need to be particularly mindful of their needs. This is a big challenge for us, and so each student, many students have an individualized educational program with particular needs, and special education staff members are acutely aware of their individual needs, and we want to provide additional support for those. We want to provide support for the families of those students, and we know we need to be more flexible with this group perhaps than any other group. We just need to be really flexible with this group. The next slide describes a little bit more about synchronous learning, and I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Julia Kemke to talk a little bit about this slide.
So this slide just gives us some examples, as we've heard from parents, and the teachers have also mentioned in our emergency shift in the spring. We didn't have all the tools, all the trainings for teachers to do a high quality synchronous online learning. A lot of our teachers did a really awesome job with what the tools they had, but we've done a lot of work this last spring to identify additional tools, as well as provide teachers with training and time with their PLCs to develop some ways that they can support student learning in whatever format it may be. So these are just some examples. We are investing in Zoom as the standard across the district. So teachers will have access to that and be able to use things like breakout rooms and really do some of the instructional moves that they usually do in person in this online video environment. We know that it's not ideal, but there are some great tools that are available to the teachers that they're going to be able to use. So some examples are doing breakout rooms for discussion, allowing students to work in groups on large enduring questions, doing group work in the breakout rooms as possible. We're also looking into supplemental curriculum. UC Scout is providing their Canvas courses for free. So we're going to work with them to provide that content to teachers, and they'll be able to use that as they move forward. Other things to think about in this as well is that we're giving teachers time over the summer to think about how they'll incorporate their usual instructional strategies in whatever environment we are in this coming fall. I do want to mention that it is synchronous. So the schedule that Dr. Scully showed would be time for teachers to actually be meeting in person, over video for much of the time to do a lot of these things. So students would have touch points with each one of their teachers throughout the day, and we'd be taking attendance through some of these online tools. And that's next slide. Dr. Scully, you're on mute.
So one of the most important, well, not most important, but one of the things that people often forget is how many of our students count on us for high quality meals when they come to school. And so about 25% of our students are eligible for free and reduced meals. And those are breakfast and lunches. And we have, I think, a fantastic staff. And I want to commend them for their work this summer providing meals to the community. Many of those staff members were on campus almost every day doing that work, and it was really inspiring to see the work that they did. We will have a model to distribute student meals. This is a super important part, and our families count on that as they take care of limited budgets during this really difficult time. We also know that there's a broad overlap between students eligible for school meals and those who lack a quality study area at home. If we're doing Zoom meetings, everybody, I know Mr. Griffin has a background there, but not everybody has that background. And so how do we provide our students with a comfortable place to do that, who can do Zoom meetings or online learning in a place where they're comfortable and they have quiet or even space. So we want to provide those places on our schools that are conducive for that study, that as ideally they're outdoors, given the advantage of our weather here. And so students can study and prepare for class, as well as get some support from some of our paraprofessionals who are dedicated to supporting and are vital to our work here. So the next slide begins our recommendations for you. We recommend that, and this was brought up in the 80-20 proposal last time, that we get freshmen and new students on campus right away in August to learn about school, to build what it's like to be a student on this, to be a student, to be, whether it's a Bearcat or a Knight or a Don or whatever it is, that they begin that process. That's a week before school. And we may need special schedules for the first 2 weeks of the semester to build those kind of social, emotional supports that are going to be really tough in this environment. We need to distribute Chromebooks, and we hope to get one for every student that needs them. Hotspots, any other academic supplies, to begin this training about health protocols. It was mentioned earlier, and we need to continue to teach our students about that. All of us see kids making poor choices about social distancing, about wearing masks around other people. And so the chance to provide them with that experience is really going to be important. And it's work that is now going to fall on schools, because it's like a lot of the things that we do that are outside of the academics, where we're at the vanguard of changing people's behavior. So we also want to do tours of the campus. School personnel know who the principal is, and then also how to reach out, and who are those people that you can count on to support you as you go forward. Our recommendation is that we start in phase 2 with selected classes that are conducive to outdoor instruction and support services for at-risk students. Our rationale for this is that it provides some opportunities for socialization. It allows for some opportunities for students to take advantage of the Stanford van. We know it's good for their mental health, and we think we can do, particularly in the outdoor environment, some things that are safe. We know that outdoor instruction is safer than indoors. We know that students are going to be coming here for their meals, and what better chance to check in on students about how they're doing, how they're feeling, especially our vulnerable students in that way. And we know that we can't bring 1,400 or 1,600 students onto campus, but we know that we can bring some students onto campus safely and provide them with the support that they need during their tough teenage years. And we also know that weather conditions are conducive for this in the fall. And just for the more information in the public, this is maybe interesting just in terms of the weather, the microclimates within our different communities. But we do have some very good weather for this kind of thing, and we're in an advantageous place. And we also have, I know our principals have already begun this work in terms of looking at spaces that would work here. And those might be, places like cafeterias where there's a very small number of students there, if that's something that we believe that we can do in healthy ways with good ventilation and some of the other expectations that are built into the 4 pillars of school hygiene. Our third recommendation is that teachers report to the site each day starting August 10th. Now, we live in a world where many more people are working virtually, and this is not meant to punish anybody. The question that the reason that I think this recommendation, and I think this is a conversation that we need to continue to have with our teachers and certificated staff, is how can we expect some employees to come in and not all of our staff to come in? We believe that there's some consistency and availability of instructional technology, as well as tech support, materials, and TSGs are our staff that support those, that are available on campus, that are stronger and more robust. Obviously we've had challenges at board meetings around Zoom calls. So, we think that folks our performance is going to be better if staff are here. We believe that there's some opportunities for synergy and collaboration of teachers and staff that's possible outdoors in conversations, safe distancing, and with all those protocols. We think there's some confidentiality that's available there. We also think that there's availability on campus to meet with small groups of students that would be helpful. And we know that there are staff members that have health conditions that would make it difficult for them to come in. And we're interested in having the conversations with our teachers about this recommendation and ways that it can work. There's a saying that 90% of stuff is showing up. And I think that, that we do need people to be here and we want to be reasonable around this. And there are some opportunities for conversations here to do this. So what are our next steps? We want to create cultures, practices, and procedures around the 4 pillars. That's work that's been going on under the direction of our operations group already. We've, in terms of thermal checks, in terms of some of the work that's been going on. We think we've got work to do with our community and our students around this, because and we know that that's going to be a part of our work as we prepare for the opening of the year. We need to provide PD opportunities for exemplary teaching and learning. The board, in your budget and all our budget discussions prior, has devoted an enormous amount of time to this. Teachers have 3 or 4 days to do this work, to get better. And if there are teachers who need more time, we're open to more opportunities to do that. We need to adjust our nutrition, transportation, and operations to whatever phase level that's chosen here. This is, I appreciated the comments made by Ms. Tezak about employees and their position expectations. We do not want to let anybody go who's a member of this district community. We want to find positions for those folks, and we don't have any plans for layoffs. There's been no discussions about that, but it is going to take flexibility on the part of all of us to make this new reality work. And then we want to discuss this stuff some more at the July 14th board meeting. We're developing expectations for outside instructional areas with wireless, shade, and seating conducive to studying. We want to install additional outdoor wireless access points throughout the campus. We know that there's a digital divide here, and we want to our students to be able to come on campus and be assured that they can access technology. And then we also want to identify what our teachers need to do the best job that they can around instruction. And those conversations have begun and will continue. And then we need to survey our families around their interest in independent study. That we do know that there will be folks, we've heard from them, and we want to know how to staff that as well. And we're going to reach out to everybody to find those things out. So as mentioned, we have a board meeting on July 14th. We want to hear from the board about what are the things that you would like to see brought back to you on the 14th. We want you to approve these recommendations. We realize that there's a lot moving and that phase 2 may not be possible. Even we may be back in shelter in place, but if we're not, that's our recommendation. And then finally, I just want to close with some thoughts. We will get through this time. Sometimes we all wonder if we will. There's a lot of things that are broken right now, and that's a hard place to be. But I have been in many other places. I believe in the magic of education, and I believe that more magic happens in this district than any place I've ever seen. And so I think we can do great things for kids, and I think we have a plan that is way ahead of most other districts and will serve our students very, very well. And I appreciate the chance to continue to lead the district as superintendent. So thank you very much. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Friedman.
I'm going to stop the sharing. Okay. Do any board members have any clarification questions before we go to our 59 speakers? Mr. Land.
So I only have, again, one question for now, or 2 questions. The first one is about the phases. How do we address the cohorts? Like what is, in the health orders for the county, like Santa Clara and San Mateo, they have certain cohort numbers. What are those cohort numbers? Are they changed? And how does that fit into the phases that we look at? Because I like the idea of those phases that you've outlined.
Yeah, so I think that's a really good question, Mr. Land. And in our discussions and the information we've gotten both from the public health director and others are that, the cohort may be changed to more of a social distancing model. Can you what can you do in a particular classroom? Do you keep the 12 cohort? We're using the 12 cohort right now with our athletic training piece. My sense is that language may change with the fall. Those are the conversations that we're having among superintendents groups. In order to go to a 50% on, 50% off, and some of those things, some of the cohort pieces would not work if those things stay. So we have a very difficult time going to say 50% on or 50% off, given the vagaries of student signups.
Thank you. The only other question I have is on training. So is the training that we're going to be doing over the summer really going to be talking about expectations of what online expectations will be, in-class expectations, just rigor, grades, that sort of thing? Is that part of the training?
Yeah, most definitely. All those things.
Good. Okay.
Does any other board member wish to ask a question, or should we move to public comment? Okay, we're going to move to public comment. Ms. Chalkley and I have set up a system to try to manage public comment. We have 59 speakers who've asked to speak. Each speaker will be given 1 minute. We will speak to the order or the batting or whatever you want to call it, the order of speaking. It was determined by a random drawing that Ms. Chalkley did in advance. I have him and she has him. The first 7 speakers or whatever are going to be in this order: Eric Olson, John McDonald, Jessica Rosenbaum, Ariana Adamshikova, Stacy Naraki, Kristen Jacobson, and Saswati Paul. So everyone gets 1 minute. At the end of the minute, I will tell you your time is up. Eric Olson, you speak first. Your time will start when you say your first word. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, I can't get my camera on and get all.
Doesn't matter, just.
So good evening, my name is Eric Olson and I teach French and serve as the co-department chair of the World Languages Department at Cappuccino High School. It seems as though Dr. Skelly and other administrators are advocating for the district to implement a distance learning model next year, and I want to echo this recommendation. I trust the board to take into consideration all the health risks of in-class instruction in rooms with poor air circulation for several hours a day at a time when most restaurants aren't even open for diners to spend about an hour inside. And I trust that the board is aware of the spike in transmission we are currently experiencing due to the loosening of restrictions. The educational professionals of this district can deliver a vastly improved brand of instruction if given the chance to prepare ahead of time and hit the ground running in August. True, it can't ever match what we do under normal circumstances, but neither will a blended model, and we can make distance learning markedly better. I would also advocate that teachers not be required to be on campus at all times, as this type of instruction will take much more preparation. Many, if not most, teachers live far away due to the high cost of living in the area. I hope the board members will consider we'll consider the savings in time and energy by allowing at least some of the instruction to occur from home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John McDonald. Mr. McDonald, please unmute. Jessica Rosenbaum is next. You can unmute now so you're ready to go. John McDonald.
Yes. I'm scared. My wife Laura is scared. We're scared and depressed about how poor our daughter Kelsey's academic and social education will be next year. It is delivered 100% through her laptop. The experiment with distance learning last spring was an utter failure for my daughter, a freshman, and my son, a senior. They are both good students, but I estimate that each spent at most 2 to 3 hours per day on academics. It wasn't an issue of their lack of engagement with an impersonal laptop screen or a lack of incentive due to the misguided pass grading system. The biggest issue was teacher engagement. Out of their combined 13 teachers, only 3 or 4 made a daily effort to engage personally with my children. Several teachers checked out for weeks at a time. And I'm not surprised. I'm on Zoom from 8:30 to 6 p.m. every day for my job, and I hate it. It's a horrible channel to engage with other human beings. Our teachers and our high school curriculum is meant to be taught in person in a classroom. That's the only way that our exceptional teachers can personally touch, motivate, and inspire our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Jessica Rosenbaum, who will be followed by Ariana Adam-Shakova, Stacy Naraki, Kristen Jacobson, Saswati Paul, Gina Wang. Ms. Rosenbaum, please go ahead and speak.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jessica Rosenbaum. I'm the parent of a student at BHS and a licensed clinical psychologist who works with kids in our district. It is not possible to safeguard the health and safety of students without observing and assessing them regularly and in person. You can't know who's at risk without regular in-person interaction. Many public health officials, including our local county officials, are clear that the most safe place for our students is in school. Data, current data from today says our state and county are safe for students. We need to have our students in school. Pre-pandemic anxiety disorders affected nearly a third of our teens. It would be unconscionable to unnecessarily make that worse by teaching our students to disregard the data and avoid things that they should not be fearful of. Our district should not attempt to develop or repurpose existing curricula and lesson plans for distance learning. We should use UC Scout, and our students should get graduation credit for it. All our students would learn from teachers trained in their instruction modality, leaving room for trained specialists on campus. With the implementation of UC Scout and all of those classes counting towards graduation, students and families in our districts can have it both ways.
Your comments. Thank you. Moving on, Ms. Adam-Shakova.
She's on mute. You're on mute.
Okay, where is she? Someone unmute her.
You're still on mute.
Now you're good. Go on. Try again. No, she's not on mute, but your microphone is not working. We'll come back to you. Check your computer. Miss Naraki, Stacy Naraki.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am Stacy Naraki. I have a student at BHS. I have worked for companies that sell video collaboration software for the last 15 years, and so I have an informed perspective. My strong preference is to have as much in-person teaching as possible. So my first preference would be to have cameras and microphones of some sort in the classrooms so we could have synchronous learning. However, if that's not possible, then I support a blended model, but specifically asynchronous learning with professional pre-recorded videos combined with local teachers to facilitate live synchronous learning experiences to complement the lessons learned. I would like to have those facilitated experiences begin in the mornings so we don't get on the off sleep-wake schedule as we have been the last several months. I believe that these sessions would be best done in person because our students who are always alone at home are hard to get motivated. However, if that's not possible, the same in case of a spike in cases, for example, could be done over Zoom. My son currently takes a summer school class and is
wrap up your comments.
Asynchronous learning in Ingenuity and facilitated by Mr. Bagsick from
Your
Aragon.
comments.
And it's far better than the classes were at the end of the year.
Please
Thank you
wrap
for
up
your
your
time.
comments. Thank you. Again, everyone is trying to keep it to 1 minute. Miss Jacobson, Kristen.
Thank you for your time. I want to remind all of you, and I know you know this, that you were elected to serve the counties and families, the students and families of San Mateo County, and we really need you to be thinking about your constituents first. I am sure that you are. We need to be very cautious and careful. Remember that there are a lot of important parts of learning other than just what's learned in the classroom, and the social and the emotional part is critical. Your 504 students need to be taken into consideration very specifically. They don't have IEPs. They are not in special education. They're in general education, but they are not equipped to be able to handle the online learning in the same ways. And their anxiety, many of them have anxiety and other mental health issues that are very significant. It's important to have faith in the students. People, they understand, they have been at home. To assume that it's going to be like a zoo and you won't be able to control the children is just unacceptable. I sent multiple articles. There's a video in particular about what happens to students when
Wrap up your comments.
With my children. Both of them it was an absolute disaster and they need to be in the classroom. I like Stacy's idea of the video.
Please
you can have
wrap
half
up your
in the
comments.
classroom and half online, and it can be synchronous. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Miss Adamachova, did you get your audio to work? No, you didn't. Okay. Sorry. So the next speaker is Swati Paul, Gina Wang, Rotem Penalozola Bluestein, and Joel Kaufman, followed by Jason Estasi. So Swati Paul, you're up for speaking.
Good evening. My name is Shashwati Paul, and I'm co-president of the San Mateo High School Foundation. I have a 2019 graduate and a rising sophomore. I'm a member of the district's Return to School Committee. I support the district's proposal plan to begin the fall semester with a rigorous synchronous distance learning program, and I urge the school board to approve the proposed plan so that our teachers may receive the PD necessary to prepare for and deliver robust synchronous DL instruction. The proposed plan provides flexibility for the opportunity to further ease restrictions should health conditions dictate, and will also allow us to quickly return to a strong synchronous DL model if we are required to shelter in place again. I do have serious concerns about the implementation of the later phases of the district's proposal, calling for blended learning beginning in phase 3, as it will significantly reduce per pupil synchronous instruction time until it's safe to have all students back on campus. I strongly urge the district leadership to work with our teachers and site administrators in a transparent and collaborative fashion with input from parents in order to figure out the details of these later phases. This collaborative process will be critical for the success of the proposed model. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Gina Wang.
Thank you. I spoke to you last board meeting about the 80-20 model, and so I would like to thank you for considering and supporting the remote model and bringing kids back. Now that I'm only speaking for myself, I can say that it's not necessarily the safety concerns that I was worried about, but definitely educational concerns about bringing kids back on a blended model. And I would like to say with all due respect that to respect teachers as the professionals of learning, not diabetes doctor, not anyone who has used Zoom, not anybody who has had a teacher sometime in their life, but we are the professionals of learning. So I would appreciate the kind of trust to have to take in the input of teachers on what kinds of education that we can provide off this remote learning. And for all the parents who are angry about the quality of last semester's model, I would like to make it very, very clear that it was the district that did not allow us to have a synchronous.
Please wrap up your discussion.
So that is all.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Moving on, Rotem Penalosa Bluestein.
Hi, I'm Ms. PB from SMHS. I keep hearing from people or in that petition online that teachers don't want to do our jobs because we've advocated for distance learning. I'm here to give you a reality check. 2 questions. First, where were you 2 weeks ago the first time we broke this down for y'all? Second, have you actually spoken to any teachers? Here's the reality. During spring semester, my workday started at 10 a.m. and ended at 2 a.m. 6 days a week, so I could give my students some semblance of what school would have been like without the pandemic. I compromised a healthy schedule, my time with loved ones, and even my religious beliefs so I could be there for our kids whenever they needed me. And I had it easy. Many of my colleagues had to plan for more classes, track down dozens of students a day, and homeschool their own children. So tell me again how we don't want to do our jobs. We must accept the current reality and focus on improving distance learning. I love these kids and I will build my life around them again, but I can't do all of this and be on campus 6 hours a day to teach each class twice. Thank you.
Thank you. Right at a minute. Next speaker is Joelle Kaufman.
Thank you. The key issue here is our innate inability to judge risk. Per Dr. Fauci, this is a 2 to 3 year situation, an entire high school experience. The risk of educational regression, especially for disadvantaged students, is too high to create a curriculum. Please adopt the free UC Scout Plus as district curriculum for 2020 to 21 with full graduation credit. If all our classes are using UC Scout Plus, we can transition between in-person and distance learning as needed. The risks of depression, anxiety, eating disorders, abuse, virtual dropout, and educational regression are considerably higher than the risks of COVID-19 to our students or our teachers, provided they are not over 70 years old. Improve ventilation in the schools. Have a distance-only options for students who need or want it, and open our campuses following Harvard's exposure science experts' recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Right at a minute. So just to go over the order coming up, Jason Astasi, Joanne Sablich, Paige Catano, Annie Luke-Kameyer, Tony Cacciato. So next is Jason Astasi. You can speak.
My name is Jason Astasi. I'm a graduate of the District Mills High School. I'm a teacher at Aragon High School. And I believe that in these challenging times, we should all strive for understanding. Board members, Dr. Skelly, members of the community, understand that we as teachers care about students. That's why we're in this profession. Understand that we too believe there's no substitute for in-person instruction, but also understand the ramifications of what some of you are asking us to do by returning to in-person instruction. Understand that we must look out for our health and our families just like you look out for your own. Understand that we're asking you to support us in your words and actions because returning to in-person classes in the fall would jeopardize the health of our community. One of the greatest accomplishments of this district is this wellness program, which serves students and staff. But wellness is more than counseling resources or yoga. Its foundation is feeling safe and actually being safe. Without this, everything else is for naught.
Thank you. Okay, and you were inside a minute, and I appreciate that because I want to remind all speakers there's no need to repeat the details that were previously said. You can just say your position and that you agree in general. Next speaker is Joanne Sablich.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Joanne Sablich, a French teacher at San Mateo High School. As a teacher and a mother, I know that the safest, most efficient way to start fall 2020 is via distance learning. The COVID-19 classrooms are not safe or supportive with an acceptable level of risk for students, their families, and our community. In a language class, we can't be behind a mask and a plexiglass where pronunciation and expressions are muffled. As a health-abiding teacher, I will be forced to police my kids and break that trust by telling them what they can't do. I am creating a robust remote learning French program for synchronous classes. I'll take attendance, provide authentic material and interactive tasks with immediate feedback and support. I want to connect and interact with my kids and see them interact with each other safely. That's what we miss. That's what we love. That's why we teach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paige Catano. Okay, Paige Catano, you're not, you must be muted. There you go. I
There I
unmute.
go. Thank you. I wanted to talk about the what I feel is maybe the elephant in the room, and that's AB 77, which was passed on the 23rd and is waiting to be signed any day by the governor, which states that distance learning is only allowable in the cases of medical needs and sorry, you guys froze my screen, so I can't see my notes. But in accordance with AB 77, we will not be able to do a 100% distance learning program for all students. So I think we need to start talking about, if that's the case, which is likely being signed, what do we want to do? Because that looks more like a phase 3 or 4 model. I'm going to leave it up to the health experts because the other provision of AB 77 is that this is dependent on the county health officer. And so far, they have come back and said that it is safe to go back to school. Tony Thurmond has said it's safe to go back to school. The administrators of this district are on
Please
the
wrap
other
up
side of
your
the spectrum.
comments.
Our campuses are big enough to spread out. The risk has been identified as low, and we need to get our kids back in school.
Please wrap up your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so just to go over who's next, Annie Luke-Kamer, Tori Cacciato, Maureen Martin, Kathleen Larkin, Anne Ree, Emily Senya. So Annie Luke-Kamer, you're next. Please speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I am an infectious diseases doctor at San Francisco General, where I take care of COVID patients every day, and I understand the seriousness of this disease. I also am a COVID researcher, and I help to direct clinical trials for COVID research at UCSF. And I'm the proud parent of a rising junior at San Mateo High, and I wanted to make 2 points. One, as was pointed out earlier, we need to be in this for the long haul. We are unlikely to have a viable vaccine in the next 6 to 12 months. So we really need to think about our educational strategies for the next year and possibly 1 to 2 to 3 years, as pointed out by Tony Fauci. I also want to make the point that we can have our children on campus safely in some capacity, and therefore we should start doing this challenging work now to figure out how to do so. As outlined in the mitigation plan, we know what is necessary. Masking, social distancing, appropriate infection control are possible. These are part of the new normal for us and for our kids. We do this at our workplaces in many environments, and we're able to do so safely and effectively. These are not draconian measures, and we can incorporate them. So the sooner we start this thoughtful process of how we can return to campus, the sooner we can
wrap up your comments.
Okay. I just want to say that I do think we can have a safe return to campus. And now is the time to start thinking about how to do this work as we're in this for the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Luke-Kamer. Tori Cacciato. I'm going to skip that one because we might have, the previous one just spoke. Maureen Martin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
First, I would concur with the need for a long-term vision. This coronavirus is not going away. To think that we'll have a vaccine widely distributed before the end of this academic year is extremely unlikely. And phases three and beyond of your plan don't solve the need for students on campus while maximizing synchronous learning time. I recommend that we consider a hybrid solution where there are cameras and microphones in the classes. The teacher is teaching to a smaller cohort of students that is being recorded, and kids are simultaneously watching that at home. That way you can have the students on campus 1 or 2 days a week while they're still getting the same amount of, or nearly the same amount of synchronous learning hours. I'd also like to point out that a very large vulnerable population of the student body is not being represented by your at-needs kids. 30%, according to the National Institute of Mental Health, 30% of our kids have depressive episodes every year, with a staggering 13% having major depressive episodes every year. These students need to be accounted for. I will wrap up with the request that if we start with a virtual learning model, I highly recommend that we have a task force on mental health that is actively looking at getting kids on campus, even for brief periods of time, 1 to 2 times a week. Thank you.
So, Ms. Chalkley, we don't have Tori Cacciato. I don't see her anywhere.
We do not. I will keep looking though.
It's okay. Let me know.
Okay.
So next up, the next order is Kathleen Larkin, followed by Anne Ree, Emily Senya, Christy Knott, and Sherry Countryman. Ms. Larkin.
Okay. Sorry, super nervous. One of the big issues I have is that the stages of this current plan go from all students distance learning to all students back on campus, and by adding groups at each stage, so that 50% of the students are denied access to in-person instruction until the end of the phases, and we can't ignore the inequity of that. I believe that our early stages need to give all students some in-person instruction. And I think it's especially important for our seniors to get on campus. Our recent grad told me that he felt like their class just sort of faded away. So I imagine how that would feel for this year's seniors if they're distance learning all year while other classmates are on campus. And I also want to comment that Even if you start with 100% distance learning, you absolutely still need to plan for a blended model. And that work still needs to be done at the front end. If you find that distance learning isn't working for any number of reasons, from tech to decrease student engagement, there needs to be an option ready to go that we can pivot to.
Please wrap up your comments.
All students have some access to in-person instruction. We don't know how long this is going to go on. We need an equitable long-term plan with off-ramps and on-ramps so that we can use during this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Next speaker is Anne Reed.
Hi, my name is Anne Ree, and I'm a parent and back to school committee member. As a parent, I want my daughter healthy and safe, and in an academic environment most conducive to successful learning. As the board has pointed out, it's imperative that we go with a model that maximizes the number of synchronous teaching minutes for our students. Any blended model which rotates cohorts of students on campus will decrease synchronous learning by at least 60%. When one group is in, the other groups are at home alone, learning asynchronously without live teachers and classmates and with no structure. Contrast this with the 100% distance learning model. Phase 1 of the plan presented tonight dictates that all students will be in a virtual classroom with live teachers and classmates all day, every day, synchronous learning 100% of the time. Finally, let's listen to our teachers. They are telling us virtually unanimously that they can teach our children best in 100% distance learning model. We are trusting our teachers with our children every single day. Let's trust their judgment on the best way to educate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Miss Adamchikova, I'll give you one more chance. Do you think you got it to work?
I re-logged on. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have a minute.
Yes. Okay, I want to ask if it's possible for me to give a comment in Spanish.
Yes.
Yes, it's going to take longer. It's longer in Spanish.
Start going now.
Okay. Me llamo Ariel.
In a minute when she goes.
It's going to be longer than a minute. Spanish is always twice as long. Okay. Me llamo Ariel Adamchikova y soy profesora de español en la preparatoria Capuchino. Al final del semestre pasado, los administradores del distrito crearon un comité de regreso a la escuela. Notablemente faltaban maestros de distintas materias en el comité. Los maestros estamos capacitados profesionalmente para planificar, colaborar, resolver problemas y crear. Sabemos cómo se desarrollan las cosas en el aula y qué dificultades y beneficios puede haber en cualquier plan estratégico. Desafortunadamente no fuimos consultados. Debido a esto, se ha formado una relación divisiva que ha creado un desacuerdo entre padres y maestros. Los maestros abogan por un programa de educación a distancia en el otoño, pero los padres que publican en las redes sociales en el área todavía no saben por qué queremos esto. El trabajo del distrito es educar y comunicarse con la comunidad. Sin embargo, no ha hecho ninguna de las dos cosas. Entonces me encuentro a mí y a mis colegas docentes en esta reunión tratando de comunicarles claramente a los padres de nuestros estudiantes por quienes todos nos preocupamos tanto. Lamentablemente, este es el único foro que el distrito nos ha proporcionado para que los padres nos escuchen. Escuchen a los maestros, están pidiendo comenzar aprendizaje a distancia. Queremos estar con los estudiantes más tiempo, no menos. Más tiempo, y esto se puede hacer con distancia, con aprendizaje a distancia. I was asking for more time because Spanish is a language that often takes twice as long to say as in English. If you'd like me to also say it in English, I can do that, but I really feel like it's super, super important that our Latino families actually hear something in Spanish at our board members, unlike surrounding board meetings, which are translated. Ours is not, and we keep talking about ELD students, but they're not represented in this meeting, and their needs are different. Their families are affected by COVID, and I really feel like they need to be part of this conversation and part of this meeting. I would love for us to have opportunities and forums for teachers to explain their position to community members, which include our Latino students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Senya.
a tough act to follow. Hi, my name's Emily Senna. I'm an Aragon alum and a parent of 3 Hillsdale Knights. Oops. I want to ask for clarity with regards to the phases that have been proposed. The schedule has details only about 100% distance learning and a lack of information about other phases. If the district recommends that we start at 100% distance learning with the potential to bring students back during future stages, we need information on when and how that can happen. What does it take to get to the next phase? Is it specific numbers, the word of the county health officer? Sequoia's approved plan from last night aligns school openings with county benchmarks. Currently, we are in stage 3 of reopening. Wouldn't it make sense to have a parallel stage that we can follow? If there's a concerning local increase in cases, or if the county or state declares another shelter in place, full distance learning certainly makes sense. But to default to only distance learning with 0 end in sight, save for a vaccine, is incredibly concerning. Telling students that there's no chance of returning to campus this semester, or more likely this year, is devastating. Before the board votes to adopt this recommendation, I implore you to share more fleshed out details about the benchmarks needed to move between stages. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next set of speakers are Christy Knott, Sherry Countryman, Annette Doherty, Debbie Conlife, and Chris Miser. Christy Knott, Ms. Knott, you're up.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Christy Knott, and I am a parent of an incoming Hillsdale 9th grader and Hillsdale graduate myself, a former district health and PE teacher, and one of the co-founders of Design Tech High School. And I'm currently an educator for a teacher credential program at a local university. I appreciate the hard work that has gone into this proposed learning model based on the significant challenges that exist with in-person teaching under the necessary health protocols. I appreciate that the model prioritizes on-campus time for those who need this most and provides an option for families who need and/or desire a full distance learning model. I ask that you retain flexibility in the approved plan so that teachers also have the choice to prioritize their health and safety. I ask that you honor the amazing work that district teachers consistently do by making a decision as soon as possible so they can dive completely into preparing for the fall. What I want for all students this fall is for them to connect with their peers and teachers in a safe and comfortable setting, and for them to be excited about their classes and teachers and all that is being done to engage, educate, and inspire them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up is Sherry Countryman.
Thank you. My name's Sherry Countryman, and I'm the parent of a rising junior at San Mateo High. I hope the need for better communication with our teachers and community is one of our most important learnings from discussions of this fall calendar. Transparent communication is the best way to streamline a deluge of emails, to mitigate petitions that aren't based on factual data, and to lessen repetitive statements in a forum such as this. It's also the way to ensure that we move efficiently through decision-making processes to set our teachers, students, and families up for success. Teachers now have very little time to prepare, no matter what model is adopted. Community forums, transparent communication are the best ways to increase our confidence that teachers in neighboring school districts, as well as the medical community, were tapped for their collective wisdom from the beginning and all along. We need to know that you would look to a teacher's perspectives on the efficacy of a proposed learning model before an endocrinologist. If we are going to move slow to move faster, let's move slow better in the future. I appreciate the difficulty of the decisions at hand and thank the board for listening.
Thank you. And Annette Doherty.
To unmute myself. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. So both my husband and I are essential workers. We're both in healthcare and first responders. We've been working throughout the pandemic, and we do know that it is safe to work with the proper protective gear. So we feel that the risk for COVID-19 for our students and our staff is low, and that is also based on the scientific research, Tony Fauci, and San Mateo County. We understand the San Mateo Union High School District represents and advocates for the students and the families, and the CTA is a teachers union. Together, we need to find a compromise to get the students back on campus. I understand that AB 77 may be signed very soon, and that will change this discussion altogether, but I do believe we need to work towards looking at on-campus learning. Online learning was incredibly unsuccessful, unmotivational, underwhelming, and a failed experiment in the spring. That was for my senior and my sophomore. I now have an upcoming or a rising junior, and I don't want to see the depression and the lack of getting out of bed until noon every day because there is no schedule. Zoom is not an effective way. I'm using Zoom now. It's not working. Online learning without live in-person instruction is not viable for most teens. You've talked a lot about Skelly, talked a lot about the 10% of disadvantaged students and other learners. We need to focus on also the 75% of students that are mainstream. What about graduation requirements and the lowering of credits required? I think that is something we need to really look at, and I'm for UC Scout program. I think we also cannot discriminate against 11th and 12th graders, allowing only freshmen and then sophomores to return. So I feel it is critical that we look at allowing all students to return. That's about it. Please look at UC Scout and get our students back on campus.
Next speakers are Debbie Conley, Chris Miser, Dr. Sunit Palawad.
Mark, you need to talk louder.
Okay, the next speakers, I'm sorry. The next speakers are Debbie Conliffe, Chris Miser, Dr. Sunil Palawad, Nina Patsiadlo, and Harini Krishnan. Debbie Conliffe, please start at your convenience. Where is she? She's muted. Okay. Debbie, you need to unmute yourself. Debbie, Debbie Conliffe, do you have a speaker? We're going to move on from Debbie Conliffe to Chris Meisner. Please unmute yourself. Are you there? I don't see him.
Yeah, can you hear me, Mark?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great, I'm Chris Misner and I'm a parent of 2 at Aragon. I desperately want my kids back at school. And I was one of the 80% in that survey earlier this spring that said that. However, I strongly support the proposal that the staff and the teachers have put forward today. It's based on a lot of learning and a lot of listening over the past month with both parents and students. Some have characterized it here as trying to keep students at home, when in fact, I think this plan does the opposite. It provides the foundation and flexibility to get as many students back on campus as is safe. And safety is not a fixed point at this time or in the future. We're in a very dynamic situation and we need a structure that is also flexible. I believe this proposal provides that structure. It's not perfect, and there's been a lot of great suggestions here tonight, but I can assure you it's better than what Palo Alto is doing. And finally, for those of you parents who are concerned, I'm happy if you want to reach out to me so I can share my data and my optimism. I'm at chrismisner@yahoo.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Misner. Dr. Palawad, you're up.
Yep, hi there. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. So thanks for the opportunity and thanks for all the great feedback after I gave a talk to the back to school, return to school committee for the district. I'd like to second what Annie Lutkemeyer said earlier. We work together at San Francisco General Hospital. And I think that it's unfortunate that when I am perceived to disagree with people's viewpoint, they characterize me as a diabetes doctor or an endocrinologist or something like that. I'm an academic, teacher, doctor, and healthcare researcher, and I'm focused on the links between diabetes, obesity, and COVID. I see COVID patients at San Francisco General Hospital, and I only have a few things to say because my talk to the committee is on YouTube and you can see it. One is that there's not going to be a vaccine or a treatment in the offing anytime soon. And risks are going to be basically what they are right now for the foreseeable future. And so if we don't define timelines for ascending up the ladder, we never will, because it's looking like it's looking now, and it's going to look like that for the foreseeable future. And we need to take that into consideration. And unless something changes drastically, we have to have a timeline in place. The only other thing I'll say is that I've spoken to a lot of colleagues about mental health, and this is real. It's a huge component of the population in our schools. It is not small. And isolation comes from this type of learning, and there's no way we can model it. We just can't predict what that's going to look like, and we need to be ready to do that. And so I advocate for thoughtfulness and proactiveness as we go forward in this process. Thank you.
So I think we had, now we have Debbie Conliffe.
Yes.
Are you
I'm
there?
Can you hear me? Yes. Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
Speak a little louder.
Okay, great. Thanks for your time. I have two students at Hillsdale High School. I'm a psychotherapist in private practice. I've worked at the College of San Mateo and San Carlos Police Department, specializing in teens, anxiety, and depression. In all my years of practice within all those settings, my colleagues and I have all agreed that we've never seen depression, anxiety, suicidal ideations, and suicide attempts like we have witnessed and heard just in the last 4 months. Teens are feeling really isolated, feeling guilty to leave the house. They have low self-confidence and are feeling hopeless. School is about social interaction and community. We cannot replace that. Many passions for life start by just sitting in a classroom on their first day. If they are home, how can we have this happen? I understand the fear, but please consider the number of deaths in San Mateo County as of last night was 104. In comparison, the new number of new cases of depression, suicide, drug teen use, and abuse is rising astronomically. We can absolutely contain teens better in a classroom to avoid the virus by having them at school with safety measures than them hanging around in malls, friends' homes, and parks. Is my time up? Yeah, it's over. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next 5 speakers are Nina Pazziato, Harini Krishnan, Marilyn Simet, Danielle Wexelgreen, and Deanna Verhoeven. So Nina Pazziato, please speak.
Hi, I'm going to talk about my concern about the learning schedule. 75 minutes is too long per class. If you look online, you can see that 45 minutes is the upper end of what's recommended for best practices for per session per class for online learning. Screen fatigue, connectivity issues, attention span, persistent migraines might all contribute to missed classes. Sitting in one spot for an hour and 15 minutes is unhealthy. These are all credible threats to learning and mental wellness. I am afraid that this plan, which is designed to maximize instructional time, is at the cost of student wellness.
Thank you. Mr. Krishnan. Oh, Miss Krishnan, I'm sorry.
Yes, hi, my name is Harini, and I hope that my comment won't be cut off like at the last meeting. And I just want to make a comment that the two parents who spoke right at the front of the meeting were given 3 minutes, and I think they needed to be speakers in this section. But that aside, I want to talk about the number of cases that a lot of people have talked to. 2,996. One thing to keep in mind is 1,440 of them are Latino, and 68 are in Burlingame, but 641 cases are in San Mateo. There's great disparity across the school district, and COVID disproportionately affects communities of color and marginalized population. And with respect to the medical expert that the district chose to advise on the Return to School Committee, the organization that he represents itself, which he's using as a model for school district reopening, will not reopen until 2021. And as far as wearing masks, social distancing, daily health checks, mitigating risks, I want to know, the parents who spoke, will they come to the schools and volunteer to check on the kids every single day, even the ones that are asymptomatic? And because we're not going to ask the teachers to not only endanger themselves and put their health and safety at risk, but also to monitor every student. So I hope you'll take all this into consideration, and thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mary Lou Simmett.
I'm here. Yeah, sorry. Yes. So first of all, in the first or second slide, you referenced an equitable access to learning under the guiding principles. Maybe I'm missing something, but I fail to understand how prioritizing underclassmen over the 11th and 12th graders is really doing that. I think all students should be entitled to the same quality of education. And I honestly don't even understand where that thought would come from to prioritize certain grades over other grades. Secondly, I would just like to echo John McDonald's thoughts. For me personally, the spring 2020, the virtual learning was an epic fail for my student who, prior to virtual learning, had achieved the greatest grades of his entire life and lost all motivation when he was told he would not earn credit or would not be able to keep those grades. Lastly, I have 2 questions. So will the exact same curriculum, will the exact same curriculum be achieved under any of these new scenarios, or will it be adapted as in the spring? Second question is then will all the components of academics be mandatory, i.e. Zoom calls, which nothing was mandatory in the spring. So will all the components of academics be mandatory, or will they be optional?
Thank you.
Those are questions.
So this isn't the time to answer them, I'm sorry. So the next speakers are Daniel Wexel-Green, Deanna Verhoeven, Andrea Metkis, Kamran Hussein, Sandra Sullivan, Elisa Reed, and Kevin Nelson. Daniel Wexel-Green, you're up.
Okay, hi. My name is Dan Wexel-Green. I teach math at Cappuccino, and I'm the district math coordinator. I also have my own young children who are suffering socially and emotionally from the sudden school closures, and I want them to be able to go back to school in the fall. However, they won't be going back, as difficult as that will be for our family, because I believe that the learning environment will be ineffective and harmful to their emotional development. I feel the same way about my own classes. Many students enter high school with extremely negative feelings towards math. Math teachers do a ton of work to shift students to a positive and productive mindset. Establishing an academically safe and caring environment requires lots of small group work, collaboration, personal feedback, use of shared resources. This will be impossible in a room where students sit at isolated desks, not collaborating, the teacher unable to come near to monitor and provide support. The students who struggle the most will be further oppressed and marginalized by this reality. I truly understand why people want their students back in class, teaching my life's work and passion for 20 years. But right now, we will be better able to serve our students through remote learning than in a socially distant classroom. Using the great new tools available to us, we can craft engaging, interactive lessons where all students can safely communicate, collaborate, and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you speeding up your words at the end there to get them in. Deanna Verhoeven.
Hi, thank you. When AB 77 passes, much of this talk of distance learning will be a moot point, save for a couple of exceptions. But listening to everything, I do have one big question. All of this at-home learning, distance learning that everybody is talking about, who's going to be making sure that the teenagers are staying on task, eating lunch, getting up on time, taking care of what they need to do so that they can get their job done? If parents are working or having to work at home, they can't keep track and make sure that everything is staying on track for these kids. That was a huge problem in the spring. That part is not going to change in the fall. I understand that teachers might get some childcare out of this, which is great. I don't have an opposition to that, but who's going to make sure that our kids are staying on task if we have to work? That's pretty much it. Also, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. On time. Andrea Metkis.
I want us to all come back to March 16th and how we felt when shelter in place was announced by our prescient healthcare officer, Dr. Scott Morrow. We panicked. We put our living wills together. We did all sorts of things. The teachers were thrown into an untenable situation to try and create their curriculum online. However, 3 months later, we know a lot more about the disease. What we don't know is what will happen if our kids go back on campus and how that will affect our public health. But at this time, following Scott Morrow's good advice, as I have been since March 16th, and by a show of hands, I'd like to know how many other people have been following his dictates from the beginning. There is no public health mandate at this time to force children of school age into continued physical isolation to further their education. Burlingame School District is not considering 100% online learning, nor are other school districts in this area. I am empathetic. I have been on the front lines as a surgeon since the beginning, safely. So far, all of my colleagues have also been safe. I have a daughter at Mercy High School. I have a son at Burlingame High School.
Thank you.
Why are we going in such different directions?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Metkis. Next is Kamran Hussein, Sandra Sullivan, Elisa Reed, Kevin Nelson, Sandy Del Basso, Karen Field, Mr. Hassan.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
All right, well, appreciate the time and I'll get right to it. So I'm a parent of 2 high school students at Burlingame. And first off, I really appreciate, I know everybody's put a lot of thought into this and everybody's focused on doing the right thing for our kids. That said, I am fully supportive of what Annie Lukemeyer and Sunil talked about. And really, my ask is simple. The plan that has been put forward, as well thought out as it may be, what is lacking is a couple of things. One, it clearly is not equitable between all students. I understand the rationale as you've explained it today, but I still think that if talking to the juniors and seniors, they are going to feel that they're not being treated equally. So my ask is simple, that I think the board take the time to go back and develop a multifaceted plan that really allows this district to have the tools at hand to really be able to flex between online and in-person, because the combination of that is what's really going to be helpful for our students. Being on one end of the spectrum or the other is not the answer. Right
Wrap
now.
up.
Yeah, so that's my simple ask, is that you please take the time and provide something that's multifaceted and long-term oriented. Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan.
Yes, hi, thank you for the opportunity to talk tonight. I'm a parent of a Burlingame high schooler and a high school graduate, as well as a clinical psychologist in private practice, specializing in teens and adults in anxiety and depression. I am deeply concerned about the proposal on the table, and hopefully it will be a moot point with AB 77. We are in this for the long haul. This might not end soon. We need to help prepare our kids for living in the world that we are in, not avoid it. That means learning to get back to living in the world safely, not retreating. 100% distance learning is exhausting for the kids and completely ignores our kids' social and emotional needs for connection, support, and community. I work with a lot of kids that are struggling, adults too. Staying home on our computers all day wasn't healthy. We may be dealing with a health crisis right now, but the tsunami is coming for a mental health crisis. We need to get our kids back to school in some fashion. The county wants it, the state wants it. We need to figure it out too. Now more than ever, our kids need in-person connection with their teachers, their peers, to feel a sense of community. They need this for their own social and emotional development and well-being. If there's issues with ventilation, let's fix it. Issues with video, let's fix it. Concerns about health, let's address it. But we need to learn to live in the world that isn't going away. And are we going to stay home for the next 2 years? So anyway, I feel like we need it to our kids to rise to the occasion and figure out a solution. Thank you.
Elsa Reed.
Hi, good evening, board members. My name is Elisa Lee, and I am the parent of a rising junior at Burlingame High School. It's unclear whether the passage of AB 77 will allow an all-distance model, but it's worth noting that everything that is wrong with the fall 2020 learning plan needs to be considered in formulating a new plan. The proposed plan has zero flexibility in allowing for any kind of actual hybrid return to learning. Phase 3 and Phase 4 require hybrid models. We should be doing that work now and not saving it for later. The only thing we can be 100% certain of in this upcoming school year is that things will change, sometimes suddenly. Any plan adopted for the year must be able to flexibly move from hybrid to all distance. This past spring has taught us that there is no model of education that can be delivered effectively when we have not prepared for it and have no advance notice. Now is the time to put in the hard work and preparation of forming a plan that can encompass both hybrid and all distance. We need the kind of model that is innovative, optimizes the advantages of online learning, and can address teacher concerns with the hybrid model.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Nelson, please. Kevin, unmute yourself. There you go. Kevin? Mr. Nelson? Can you unmute yourself? I'm going to skip you for now, figure out how to unmute yourself. Next speaker is Sandy Del Basso.
Thank you, President Friedman, members of the board, and Dr. Skelly. I'm Sandy Del Basso, a parent at San Mateo High School and incoming PTO president. I support the robust synchronous distance learning that was presented here tonight. Safety for the district students and staff must be ensured. As Dr. Koliwad explained, our student population will be mostly asymptomatic, which means they can be spreading the virus unknowingly to their teachers and families at home. I'd like to thank Harini Krishnan for pointing out the disparity between the San Mateo and Burlingame populations. Details from the survey from the Communications Committee showed that our ELD families at San Mateo High School did not want to come back to school. They did not feel safe. San Mateo Union High School District does not want to report the loss of lives of members of their faculty, staff, or families in our district due to a COVID outbreak in our schools. Please approve the current proposed model tonight so that our teachers can have the time to develop a robust distance learning program that will start in less than 8 weeks from now. Trust our teachers. They do care and want to provide the best program for our students in a safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Karen Field, followed by Eudora Ting, Stacy Pack, Sharon Flavis, and Yana Four. So Karen Field, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Karen Field, and I teach EL Math, AVID, and Algebra at San Mateo High School. I also have 2 children in the San Mateo Foster City Elementary School District. I love teaching, and I miss my students terribly. First, I want to thank the board and district for listening to feedback from parents and teachers to invest in the only safe way to start schools in the fall, 100% distance learning. By making this decision now, you're giving teachers the time and resources to create a quality distance program. You're keeping teachers, their family members, all of our students, and their families safe in the only guaranteed way not to increase spread at school, 100% distance learning. As seen in our last board meeting, it is difficult for even adults to consistently follow the 6-foot social distancing and always mask safety precautions. How can we expect teens to follow these safety protocols at school for hours at a time? In addition, I would ask that the requirement for teachers to be physically present in their classrooms be revised to teachers' choice of location. There are many teachers that can and will teach quality at home, but would not be able to do so at school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Eudora Ting.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Friedman, Dr. Skelly, and members of the board. Thank you for listening to us and hearing us. I am a Bearcat parent, and I ask you to please support our teachers' judgment to decide how to safely teach. And if this means 100% distance learning at the beginning, I hope that's what we can do. We are valuing their lives, and we want them to help our kids to truly learn. There is no school without the teachers. I implore also the school district to consider clear communications and transparency so our district is flexible, as Elisa Lee said, and not rigid to change when we need to go backwards or forwards. So also please help us to equip our teachers to plan and obtain technology and the tools that they will need to teach either at home or in person. Our children can interact successfully at home with our teachers if their teachers and school are well supported and equipped. None of us are wearing masks right now, and Lori is, but it would be really, really hard if at the beginning if we're all masked up. Thank you so much today.
Thank you, Ms. King. Stacy Pack.
Mr. Friedman, I can't find Stacy, but I'll keep looking for her.
Okay, Ms. Blavis, is she here? Sharon Blavis, please unmute and begin speaking. Some of these won't unmute. There he goes. Ms. Blavis, please speak.
As co-chair of the special education department at Burlingame High School and a 37-year veteran teacher to this district, I am more than distressed by the adversarial nature of the return to school discourse. Our collective goal is to serve all of our students and to do so in a safe, healthy environment. There is particular concern about our most vulnerable populations. Education specialists representing all district schools developed a robust document which details concerns about returning to school in a as well as a documented proposal for equitable distance learning for all students. It is clear to these experts that masked and social distance learning will not meet the needs of the students with special needs, and these students should not be sacrificed in the first wave of in-person instruction. We cannot provide individualized instruction from 6 feet away with a mask on, with no socialization, and risk inflicting further mental health damage in this format. We need to return to school in a well-planned, equitable, flexible distance learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. So the next speakers are Yana Four, Genevieve Schwartz, Turtle, Andrew Lang, Nils Hadley, Edwin Contreras, and Tracy Lang. Yana Four, please speak when you're ready.
Good evening. I'm a parent of a San Mateo High School student, and I'm one of those parents who answered yes when the survey asked if I preferred that my student physically return to the classroom this fall. Who wouldn't? Of course, in-person instruction is preferable, and I know my son would agree. But analyzing our return to school options requires relying on more than emotion. It demands a balancing test that weighs the costs and benefits of each proposal. The Fall 2020 Learning Plan provides 5 days of synchronous instruction for each student. It requires them to be present at their screens and accounted for by their teachers every day for every class, so they have the highest likelihood of academic success. And for students living with depression and anxiety, the opportunity for success is critical. The cost is physical proximity, that intangible benefit of being in another person's presence. And while it's difficult to overestimate the value of human contact, being present in the classroom for one classmate does not outweigh the value of instruction delivered synchronously 5 days.
Wrap up. Thank you. Thank you. Genevieve Turtle.
Hello, members of the board. I'm speaking here as both an Aragon parent and an Aragon teacher. This pandemic has been a great thief, and it's stolen from our children optimal learning conditions and community. My own son struggled mightily this semester to stay focused. He missed his friends. He lost a lot, as did all of our students. And so as a mother, I understand the great concerns of our parents here tonight. But this proposed plan is a vast improvement on last semester's. It gives a structured day and real-time instruction and collaborative experiences with his classmates, but most importantly, it protects them from contracting a virus for which there's no vaccine or effective treatment. Many people are saying, well, the COVID death rate is low, especially among children. That's true. And yet we're noting that many people who recover even months later are not physically whole. And that to me just speaks to profound risks that we're taking here if we open up our schools, playing Russian roulette with our kids and with the adults who serve them. As a teacher, I will be able to best serve my students and serve them personally in this online distant model. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lang.
All right, thank you. I think it's clear from the documents that presented over the last month or so that the staff does not realize the severity of the disease that we're facing. People blithely talk about death rates and they don't talk about what happens after you've recovered. So let me share with you a quote from an ICU nurse. When they say quote unquote recovered, they don't tell you that what it means is you might need a lung transplant, or that you may have to come back after discharge with a massive heart attack or stroke, because COVID makes your blood thick as hell, or that you may have to be on oxygen for the rest of your life. Due to the long exposure times, any on-campus contact will cause people to get sick, will cause people to will cause deaths, will cause disablement.
Thank you.
And the phases simply don't make sense. They don't line up with the science. We set records this week for cases in California. The only reasonable choice is synchronous distance learning.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lang. Mr. Headley. Nils Headley.
Hi. Hi, my name is Nils Headley, and I'm a parent of a Mills student and a teacher at Mills. Therefore, my son's friends are also my students. I understand that many parents are worried about lost learning, as am I. Yet our neighboring states, Nevada and Arizona, have COVID positivity rates of 10% and 23%, and R-naughts of 1.47 and 1.24. This is serious. Our Algebra 1 students can look at these graphs for California and recognize the exponential growth. With all due respect to medical professionals, being masked and relatively safe at school will not yield the cooperative interaction that is ironically possible in distance learning form. The illusion of mask distance in-person learning yielding the education we want for students is fantasy. A large part of the struggles of the spring was due to a lack of preparation. It would be overly optimistic to not plan for the worst. As a parent, I know that students are not wearing masks this summer or socially distancing. They're kids, and the financial consequences will be severe if students or staff contract COVID through face-to-face learning. I am not confident that if we have in-person school, that students will socially distance and wear masks. I am not confident that the state that we are in now is the state that we will begin school. I resent the slander in the anonymous petition being circulated. My colleagues work hard. Many have kids in the SMUSH district. That's why I'm strongly in favor of planning for a beginning with 100% distance learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Contreras.
Hi, my name is Edwin Contreras, and I'm a teacher at Hillsdale High School. I see a big issue with equity in the proposal. ELD students should not be the first to be brought on campus and be exposed to the virus before their peers. It is unethical, it is wrong. As an ELD teacher myself, the first thing that they will ask me is why? What should I say? Because they didn't log in last semester? Please do not subject my students to this. Everyone here seems to be an expert on education, from professionals in the medical field and so forth and so forth. Please listen to your teachers. We spend our lives, we dedicate our lives for our students' benefits. There's another thing. This concept of managing risk is being mentioned again and again, but managing risk means accepting collateral damage. Are we prepared to accept getting a member of our school community sick because of the desire to go back to school when it's not safe? Is this an acceptable form of collateral damage? Please do not be pushed by economic and political pressures. Do the right thing, the safe thing. Back to school when the virus is no longer a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to go over the next 5-6 speakers. Tracy Lane, Victoria Daniel, Sherry Dartnell, Sean Reif Schneider, and Stephen Dwighter. So next is Miss Lane, Tracy Lane.
Hi, my name's Tracy Lane, and I'm the parent of 3 students at BHS and a strong advocate of students learning on campus. It seems the teachers wish to conduct 100% distance learning and to work on perfecting this distance learning model until the risk of COVID is eliminated and it's safe to go back on campus. This is just not going to happen. This disease is now part of our lives, and we must get comfortable interacting on campus and utilizing reasonable safety precautions. I'd urge the board to listen to Dr. Annie Lukemeier on this issue and to use her as a resource as she's volunteered. She said living with the virus is the new normal, and we need to plan for being on campus now. Reasonable safety precautions are not onerous, and we're seeing them implemented everywhere. And I'm certain that the parents would, in fact, volunteer to participate in screening and getting students back on campus. It's really worth noting that all the medical professionals on the call tonight are supportive of returning to campus and believe the risks are manageable. It can't be that we can go to stores, bars, restaurants, and not have our children in school. Also, the debate on this issue is truly mooted by BA 77. The newly passed law unequivocally prohibits distance learning except in very limited circumstances. So we should be spending the precious time now before the school year starts developing a compliant on-campus plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Daniel, Victoria Daniel.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a 24-year veteran English teacher and instructional coach at Aragon High School and an AHS parent of students class of 2020 and 2023. I'm here to voice support for beginning school with 100% distance learning with proper time to develop a plan for the next phases. I want to be clear. I hate distance learning, and our spring implementation was seriously flawed. It is not what we signed up for, and at best, it is a fair substitute for the normal, robust classroom experience our students are used to and deserve, but it will be better than the spring. This model initially offers us the best chance at delivering quality instruction to and connecting with the greatest number of students for the greatest amount of time. That has been and will continue to be our priority. Many parents have taken their justified anger, sadness, and fear and channeled those feelings into unproductive, inflammatory statements and false accusations aimed at teacher unions or the district. I want to address the skeptics and angered in the audience and send a clear message. Every decision teachers make is made with our children as our first priority. And while we may feel helpless, what we can do as teachers, parents, and members of the community is to model adaptability, perseverance, and open-mindedness. Trusting in those who have made working in school their life's work is a great place to start. Thank you.
Okay, Cherie Dartnell, excuse me.
Hello, I'm Sherry Dartnell. I have been teaching for 22 years at Aragon, and I understand how important it is for students to be on campus. I told my students during the shutdown that I needed them as much as they needed me. Sorry, but I did schedule synchronous sessions with my classes. I just couldn't require them to come. They came. Many told me how much they look forward to the class every day. We can do this next year until it is safe to come back. I miss my students and everything they give me in the classroom, the questions, the challenges, the jokes, the inspiration, the joy. I want that back, but not until it is safe for all of us. If we have to make this final decision tonight based on the current trends, the only safe decision to make is to start the school year with 100% distance learning. Let teachers start planning. That being said, I fully support reevaluating the learning environment and getting back into the classroom when the trends in infection rates dictates it is safe. Do we have a plan for that? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next set of speakers, I'm just going to go over them. We're down to 11 fellow board members. Sean Reifschneider, Steve Dwyer, Jody Zweibeck, Melissa Pera, Kristen Brent or Kristen Dumont. So we're going to go with Sean Reifschneider.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Reifschneider. I teach choral music at Burlingame and San Mateo High Schools. This was my 20th year teaching in the district. I cannot wait until the day I get to bring my choirs to sing together once again. Until that day comes, though, the health and safety of my students, their families, and my own family lies in the balance. I wish I had time to tell you the painful story of how a drama teacher friend from college fell ill, was hospitalized, and almost died in the days and weeks following their school closure in March. I want to assure you that we teachers are doing everything we can this summer to prepare for any scenario. Since March 13th, I've been in online professional development training for many hours each week, with choral directors from around the world creating safe new ways to deliver curriculum in a distance learning model. I trust that the district will decide upon a fully distance learning model for the start of 2021 school year. Thank you for your open hearts and your open minds.
Okay, thank you. Steve Dwyer.
Hi, I'm here just to advocate further Craig Childress's stance. For over a decade, we've all been hearing that a global pandemic was not a matter of if, it was a matter of when, and now it's a reality. And I don't think anyone who's advocating for a return to school, blended or whatever model, can guarantee any of us that that we're not going to have to do another shelter in place, which makes Craig Childress's plan the wisest and most proactive course, so that we are better prepared for it and we can more seamlessly go back and forth between a blended version, full attendance, or 100% distance learning. In addition, I want to take serious issue with the language used in that petition, that change.org petition. It was inflammatory and not helpful and divisive. Thank you.
Thank you, right at a minute. So the next, I'm just going to read off who's coming up next. Jody Zweibeck, Melissa Pera, Kristen Brent or Dumont, Dravion Parmamazvan, Abby Phillips, Jack Hickey. Jody Zweibeck, you are up to speak.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jody Zwieback, and I'm a parent of a rising sophomore and senior at San Mateo High School. Tonight's plan provides the greatest likelihood of a successful educational experience for our kids in the immediate future, while keeping everyone safe and healthy. It allows the largest amount of instruction time face-to-face with teachers. It ensures an opportunity for students to collaborate and do projects. It affords them the ability to talk without masks and have meaningful discussions. As discussed, over time, we will return to school in a phased approach, which certainly needs further discussion. I do hope that we will continue to always offer space for students that feel they need to be at school to work productively. And I hope that we can find time to have groups of students on campus for them to enjoy being teenagers and doing some of the things they love. If we adopt this approach, all attention can now be focused on actual education, such as lesson plans, student exercises, and teacher collaboration. Conversely, if we go with other approaches, attention that could have been paid to education will instead have to focus on logistics, who is in school at what times and who isn't, which groups of students move where and when. At this point, with 53 days until the start of school, it is our best interest to have teachers focus on the best way to educate our students. These are difficult times, but we all want the same thing, the best education for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Para.
Hopefully you can hear me. So let's be honest, the final months of the spring semester were absolutely unacceptable. We completely failed the students in the district. There were no attendance requirements, no mandatory meetings, no actual teaching, and very little classwork. However, shutting down schools is not the answer for living with COVID-19. And based on your survey results, students and parents agree, COVID-19 is not going away for the next school year. So a phased approach or 100% distant learning are not viable options on their own. They are not the most responsible options. Instead, figure out how to function with COVID-19 by following the CDC guidelines. Plan to start the school year in person, but be prepared if the county health office advises changing directions. Other districts in California are already implementing this approach. As an example, Marin County already confirmed last week that they were planning to open. The school board worked with their county health officer to create a coronavirus safety protocol structure for their schools using a cohort model. According to their superintendent, and I quote, "We know that remote learning has not worked for all students, that many were being left behind. The best place for students is in their school."
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kristen Dumont, I believe is how you're signed in, correct?
I'm here.
You can speak.
Thank you. I wanted to be specific about AB 77 because unfortunately, I think we've all spent way too much time talking about a distance learning plan that the legislature has very clearly said is not going to be allowed. And if I can take my minute to be very specific about the provisions so that the board can read it, understand it before any vote on any kind of distance learning plan is implemented, because I do think it's illegal and it puts in jeopardy the district receiving their funds. 43502, which is a new provision in the education code, says that schools shall offer in-person instruction and may offer distance learning pursuant to the requirements of the statute. What are those requirements, you ask? Well, I have them right here. Distance learning may be offered under either of the following circumstances. One, as a result of an order or guidance from a state public health officer or a local public health officer. Or two, for pupils who are medically fragile. As we know, Scott Morrow has spoken, there is no affirmative order from the health officer, and there's not even guidance that says there should be distance learning. Quite the opposite. He wants kids back in school. So let's spend our time figuring out the back to school program.
Please wrap up. Thank you. Draviam Parma-Nizvan. I'm so sorry about that.
That's okay, Ms. Friedman. It's Draviam Paramasivan, just phonetic. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I want to support 100% synchronous distance learning this fall. Please remember, board members and Dr. Kelly, the teachers are your best face of the district today. So please understand and consider what the teachers are asking you to do. You all made a commitment to impart the best education, the best of well-being for the students. As a part of that, your teachers are going to guide you through this. At this time, the district, your district is looking for leadership. You have to navigate this district through this crisis. This is a crisis of a lifetime. And I think, with the support of your teachers is what you're going to succeed. So please listen to your teachers' voices as well. And once again, I do support 100% distance synchronous learning to start this fall session. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the last 5 speakers are Abby Phillips, Jack Hickey, Jonathan Friedman, Jenny Coffey, and Ann Smithers Cordell. We'll hear from Abby Phillips first.
Hi, I believe that the best solution to fall 2020 would be completely online or going back in phases for these following reasons. Right now, it is absolutely unsafe to go to school in the fall due to health regulations. Online school seems to be the best option for right now. Of course, I don't want to do that if we can help it. If we can safely attend school to some degree, phases make sense. It's a great idea to send students to school that need to be there first. Also, I would really like for my fellow seniors and I to immerse ourselves as much as we can and go back sooner than the potential phase 5. I know that we will strive for something progressive, even though that means choosing a new adventure for fall 2020. Thank you, board members and Mr. Skelly.
Thank you, Abby. Jack Hickey.
Yes, okay. Hello, my name is Jack H. Hickey, and I'm a rising junior at Aragon High School. As a student who has been on the receiving end of remote learning, I would like to take this time to voice my doubts about the ability of remote learning to adequately teach students the required material. The only thing that I was able to learn in the spring of 2020 was that the ability of remote learning to teach students has been grossly overestimated by most adults. I have reviewed the new synchronous remote learning plan, and although it is different, my doubts are still prevalent. Every one of my fellow students that I've spoken to all share my opinion that a prolonged remote learning for the fall of 2020 would be a disaster. While I acknowledge the risks that COVID-19 poses, I am still pushing to move to phase 3, 4, and 5 as quickly as possible. Since my time is short, I'll wrap this up simply. We need to be on campus as fast as possible in some way, shape, or form for the sake of our sanity and our education. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Friedman. Is he here? Miss Kempke? Not Miss Kempke.
He does not appear to be here, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. So 2 more. Jenny Coffey. Please unmute yourself. I thought I saw her.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, my name is Jenny Coy. I am a teacher at Hillsdale High School. I teach Spanish and I am an advisor. I've taught in the school district for 17 years. I truly wanted to keep this private, but I feel that nobody else has mentioned this, so maybe this is a unique experience. My aunt Susan Ray died of COVID-19 on April 4th, alone in a hospital. I was supposed to visit her that weekend, but of course, I wasn't able to due to the shelter in place. She didn't see any of her children. We didn't have a funeral. She was sick, she was old, but her life was valuable. She was tiny in stature, but her personality could fill the room. I wish you had the pleasure to meet her. Please, just because kids are less likely to get sick, it does not mean that the lives of the elderly and the sick in our community do not have worth. Now to the point of reopening school, please keep in mind that we must always be ready for distance learning. According to the California Department of Education Guidebook for Safe Opening of Schools on page 2, in the section titled Plan to Address Positive COVID-19 Cases or Community Surges, we need to establish a plan to close schools again for physical attendance of students if necessary, based on public health guidance and in coordination with local public health officials. In other words, no matter what, we need to be ready for a robust distance learning program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Aura Smithers.
Hi, thank you for listening to all of our comments tonight. I really appreciate all the time that it takes to hear everyone in our community or from many people in our community. I am the instructional technology coordinator for San Mateo High School. I'm also a parent of a 7-year-old, and I've also been a teacher for 17 years. I teach English co-taught, so I certainly understand the needs of students with IEPs as they come into our classrooms and need that one-on-one support. I strongly support a full synchronous learning online learning in the fall. I think it is the safest option. I think that the PD that we're going to provide our teachers and also the many programs that the district is investing in are going to allow us a robust best distance learning program in the fall that will look very different from the spring. And I really trust and I know that our teachers have our students' best interests at heart, and that what's really most important is to consider the safety of all of our communities. So please consider a full online program for the fall, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And that is all the speakers we will be hearing for on this item. I am going to open it up to the board for comments and deliberation. I'm going to go in the normal order. That means you're first, Mr. Land.
Okay. So I just want to thank all the speakers. I did gain some information based on what they were talking about and have some ideas. I also want to thank staff for the presentation. I like the adjustments and recommendations. I'm going to talk first about what I think is successful. Looking at the phases, I think is critical. I think we need to, as Dr. Annie, I forgot her last name, mentioned, we need to really flesh out, or there was one speaker that talked about fleshing out the phases. I think we need to do that a little bit to make sure that we know what we're going and how we go from time to time. The other point I want to look at, a couple speakers talked about UC Scout Plus. I'm wondering how we can do that online. Is that something that we can look at and develop? I think that's worthwhile. I think that's something we need to get into. I think a lot of the speakers missed an important point in the slide presentation that was made. I mean, we're talking about bringing kids on campus for orientation. I think we're bringing on kids to do different things. And I think for social reasons and really developing that, also the health wellness component, I really do want to find ways we can bring them on campus. Outside learning, outside environments, you know, those are things that we can do right away, or at least, you know, start with synchronous, then go to the next step. I think we need to really look at those phases and flesh those phases out so that we can go back and forth as needed. I think several speakers spoke of that, and I agree with that. It needs to be phased. I also listened to Cameron. He talked about the 11th and 12th graders. I think we do need to look at that. I know one of the phases was to bring on 9th graders and then 10th graders, but is there a way we can shift it so that it's including 11th and 12th, or at least putting another phase in to make sure that that happens along the way? I liked a lot of the recommendations, but I think we need to really flesh out. I think some of the things that we talked about tonight need to be in the next meeting. One of the things that I think is important is that orientation bit. I think that's going to be critical. I also, what are the on-campus supports and how can people access it, especially for wellness and counseling in person? I think we also need to look at the feedback. We talked about feedback. There's going to have to be a point where we need to look at feedback and what's working and what's not. I really enjoyed the speakers that were students and how they had input into what was going on. They did have criticisms about asynchronous and synchronous learning online. I think we need to flesh that out. I think we need to listen to them and improve it in some ways and listen to what they have to say so we can work on improving that. That's it for me for right now. I think I can approve I like the proposal. I think it's something we can work with. I think you need to really, really develop flesh out the phases and what that looks like. Oh, one other very important point, it needs to be tied to the health orders, because the first question I asked was about the cohorts. A lot of what we're talking about is we cannot do a full school back to school right now because we don't have the cohorts and the ability to do that. Cohorts right now are groups of 12. So, I mean, how are we going to be able to do that? So again, how are we going to phase this in properly? I think I'm going to end on the note that I really respect the teachers and I understand the fears that are going on, but we also need to have a point where we are going to start going in classroom. We can't just be asynchronous all year. We can't be just distance learning all year. At some point, we're going to have to phase, see what's happening, try it out, get people on campus. So I think I like the idea of phases, and we have to really have measured points. I think Sequoia District tied it to the orders when the orders were coming out. I think our next order is in July, correct? And we can relook at that and look at the health orders that are coming out in July. Anyway, that's my first round.
Okay, Linda.
Okay. Boy, I came into this after reading everything and all of the emails and then looking at the presentation. I came into it with a few points, and I'm kind of going to go through the ones I came in with, the ones I had after the presentation, and then the ones I have actually now after listening to everyone. So the first thing that struck me in the very beginning was, what does safe mean? And I'm still kind of struggling with what is safe, okay? And I think that may mean different things to different people, and I think we really need to define that. And I really, when I read through the whole thing and listened and read all the emails, we must plan for the worst case scenario, because if you plan for that, everything else, it's kind of like you're going to jump 12 feet. Well, you have to pass the 8 feet and hit the 12 feet. So you're covered for the 8 feet if you hit the 12. So I'm thinking that if you plan for the worst, everything before that, you've already got. I'd read a lot about UC Scout, so I was very interested in that coming into this. Because I think we shouldn't expect our teachers in the summer to reinvent the wheel. They know what they're doing. They have their curriculum down. And I think we should really be looking at, is UC Scout a tool that will really help them save some time in putting it all together and using something that has been successfully used by others. This AB 77 thing really threw me for a loop because if we cannot do remote, we need to be, it could be a deal breaker. And that's something that I looked at earlier, and then I'm going to talk about again. What can we do for Peninsula? That was on my list before. And then another was teacher training, and how important it is that we do teacher training and allow teachers to collaborate and get their work done so that they can plan for whether we're in person or we're remote, or we start out remote and go in person. However it's done, the planning that they do now is just so important. So then we had the presentation, and I immediately thought that 6 weeks for a phase is too long. That's way too long. You see, if something works and the climate is correct, then you go forward. And 6 weeks is a lot of time for kids. So I think that you should be looking at a 3-week phase at the most. And then, what is on site? What can we do on site? We have these giant auditoriums. We have big gymnasiums. If we are not able to accommodate classes in those, can we set up learning centers for students? So if they, at the very least, they can be on campus. It would be an open supervised setting, but they could be distanced from each other, but still doing their work, and they would be on their campus. And maybe just that would help some kids, that they would feel more connected. And I think I have not heard anything about that, and I would really like to see us doing that. The thing about gyms and auditoriums too, I was thinking about good air and high ceilings. And I think that could be really important to us. Listening to all the speakers, I made voluminous notes, and I could hold them all up. I really wanted to, I think when you write down what someone's saying, you really hear them. So I looked at that, and what I came away from that was, number one, until AB 77 is sorted out, I don't want to say we're on pause, but we really have to, I don't know how well we can move forward as a district. But at the same time, I would really like to enable the teachers to do the preparation that they would need to do now for worst case scenario, so they have something of a summer. And then, look at UC Scout or whatever. I want to follow the protocols, and I've listened to all the people that spoke, particularly the physicians, on following the protocols. And I think that the list of what you need to do is incredibly important. Maybe that'll get me more toward understanding the word safe. I agree with the speaker on too long classes. It's really hard. I've been on Zoom since 5 o'clock this evening, and it's very exhausting. And I think that kids need to be energized. They need to get up, move around, and then come back to a class. And I just don't. I think that the way it's set up, it's too long. I think that we need to look at as much multifaceted approach to education as we can, and I think it would be really important if we get, that we take the input and look at that. What can we do? How can we do it? I think, I really think orientation should be for everyone. I want all students to have an orientation, because they have this new normal, and they need to know what it is, and to just have some students have orientation makes no sense to me. So everyone should be welcomed back. Everyone should feel that this is their school. This is where I'm going to be once things kind of settle down a little bit, if in fact they can be away from school. But I really think they all should have orientation. I know it's going to take a lot of effort and work to get that all going, but I think that's super important that they all get the same thing. And I looked down the orientation activities, and everyone should have these, particularly the counseling, the mental health, the wellness, food and nutrition. They need to hear it all, and they need to be together with their masks on so they experience that. And also at orientation, it can be clearly explained to them that that's a requirement. It's not an option. And I know that on the Avenue in San Mateo too, I've seen a lot of kids around and they're not wearing them, or they've got them half on, or they're on their heads. And I think that in an orientation process, maybe we can kind of imprint on them how important it is that they follow the protocols, because we can't have them safely on campus if they don't. So there's a lot of work to be done. I'm not sure what I'm ready to vote on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Peter, Mr. Hanley. Unmute yourself, Peter. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Boy, there's a lot here. You know, one of the things that struck me, I guess, both from the public comments tonight and even more in the emails, is that, you know, we're all, I think, struggling and exhausted. I know I'm exhausted by just the climate of uncertainty that has surrounded us for the past number of months. And I think everybody would like somebody to resolve the uncertainty. And you know, there were so many emails that were saying, you know, tell me exactly what you're going to do. What are the metrics that are going to define the next phase or the next step? And you know, I just you know, unfortunately don't think we're ever going to get that, because I don't think they exist. If you listen to, you know, some of the really national epidemiologists, they're not giving us metrics of, you know, what are the percentages in your town or your county when you go to the next step of a lockdown or shelter in place, or you know, they don't say this percentage or this number of cases, or you know, and for somebody on a school board to try to say that with the next number of teachers that gets infected, or the next number of students that gets infected, or the next number of students in this particular part of the building that gets infected, we're just not going to get there. And I know that it's frustrating, but I think, you know, it's something that we're gonna have to live with a lot of uncertainty and making a lot of judgments, working with our county health office and making assessments constantly of the changing environment that we're operating in, and what does it all mean, and what can we do, and what can we expect, and that's going to be really, really difficult. But I you know, I agree that we're going to need an online program, because we're going to have some people that are going to want to use an online program regardless. And so going forward with developing a strong online program does make sense to me. But as I said at our last board meeting, you know, I really think we need to make progress in getting students back on campus. So I would really, you know, I would really like us to be thinking about opening at least opening in phase 2 of this plan. I like the idea of at least approving the plan tonight. I'm not sure that we have to actually approve the timing, but I think we should be thinking about preparing for the online part of it and preparing for at least phase 2. And we can come back in July and think more about the actual timing of whether we want to open in phase 2 or not. I mean, we still have 50 some days before the opening of school. So I'm not sure that we need to actually make a decision tonight on the actual timing. But I do like the staff recommendation 1 of the orientation and bringing groups on campus, and I like Linda's idea of I think we do need to come up with some kind of program that reaches out to as many students as possible to orient them. And because this is a different, even if you're a senior in a different kind of environment than you've ever been in before. And you just went through a spring shutdown that was a different kind of experience than anybody's gone through. And whether you're coming back in phase 1 or phase 2, you're coming back to a different kind of school experience than you've ever come back to before. So I think there's a lot of merit in seeing if we can come up with some kind of formal reorientation program for the returning students and new orientation program for the new students coming in. In terms of, I think I can clarify, we're not actually talking about cohorts of just 12. Cohorts of just 12 is a bubble cohort. What we're really talking about is stable cohorts, which are much more flexible and, can be, around 15 to 18 students. There's, the stable cohorts are different from bubble cohorts. And that's what you're more looking at in a high school environment than you are in summer camps, which is what many people are talking about right now. So that actually gives you some more flexibility. And if you look at phase 3 and phase 4, they're talking about 9th and 10th grade, or 50% of the students on campus at one time. So I think we can flesh that out to whether it includes juniors and seniors. The juniors and seniors, I think, are more difficult because they're more difficult to hold into stable cohorts because of the nature of junior and senior curriculum being more diverse, and it's harder to find cohorts that they stay in because they take a more diverse curriculum, and it's harder to keep them within a stable cohort. And I don't know that we're getting more orders per se from the county, from Dr. Morrow. His order is really following now the state guidance. So as the state guidance changes, that the county guidance follows the state guidance. So we're really in San Mateo County really following the state, unless something dramatic causes a shift in that. But right now, Dr. Morrow has said that he's intending to follow the state's guidance, and that's where we are right now. And so he's not intending, as of right now, to issue more orders, and he's lifted his shelter in place. We're under the state's shelter in place right now, and not under county shelter in place. So, you know, I would tend to want to adopt the plan basically tonight, adopt the staff recommendation number 1, move towards, you know, a support for the staff recommendation 2, but not necessarily say we're implementing it. Just say that we're getting prepared for phases 1 and 2, giving direction that we're getting prepared for phase 1 and 2 and taking a look at it as we move down the road for July 14th. And I do like the idea of teachers coming back and the staff recommendation 3, because I think there's a lot to be gained from having our campuses open with teachers in the building and having the synergy and the collaboration that can occur from teachers being in the building, being able to talk to each other, all of the things that Superintendent Skelly kind of laid out from that. So I think that's where I am right now. I don't think we need to make a definitive judgment of the timing of it, but I think moving forward and giving guidance and the direction is something that would be helpful tonight. So that's kind of where I am. Now, I would like to see further work on developing the phases 3 through 5, because eventually, I think we do have to come up with ways where we're living with this virus, and I think there are ways to do it using the 4 pillars and the protective equipment and contact tracing, and I think we can eventually get there. But I would like to see more work done on phases 3 through 5. So that's where I am.
Good direction. Bob, Mr. Griffin.
Well, thank everybody for their comments. I've got some quickies in terms of comments and some observations, or maybe some things I'd like to see in there. I think whatever schedule we need, we really need to have flexibility. And I also think that this AB 77, we really need to understand that before we start nailing down stakes in the ground and building stuff that's going to last. I want to see something that's flexible, that we can move, because it's likely at some point before the end of the year, we might, well, I say likely, I don't know 100%, that we will find ourselves having to go to a virtual or potentially a shutdown. And I don't want to I want to have a plan so that if we have to go there, we do have virtual learning that's meaningful, with assessments, with attendance. On the other hand, I think we got to get people on the campus. We got to build some interactions, some social contact in some form or fashion. Listening to some of the stories about the mental health and mental wellness issues and challenges, we've got to try to deal with that. Slide 8. The definitions, I think I'm wondering, can we, how do you define these phases? How do they move? And can we not, if we're challenging ourselves, can we not start at a phase 3, or what are the differences? And these are just almost rhetorical questions. I also think, and I think Linda maybe mentioned, we can't wait 6 weeks to change when we see stuff that we know is not working. I think we need to come back sooner and be really, without, on one hand, we don't want to be herky-jerky, changing everything continually, 6 weeks is a pretty long time. And just imagine if it comes back in 6 weeks and we want to study it or we want more information, and we'll continue down a bad road and just make it, you know, make maybe a bad situation even worse. I want to know more about, we're giving students more time to drop classes, and that just seemed to increase the number of students who are going to have credit deficiencies, and you know, and turn 4-year high school that on one hand we're saying might be 3 years into 5 years for some people. And I think we need to address that, what's going to happen to them. And you know, one thing that we haven't talked about, nobody, at least on the board, extracurricular social events. What can we do for these students to get them? I mean, you know, if you think the last class that wrote out of here felt bad, just imagine potentially either your whole senior year or your whole junior and senior year or your whole sophomore, junior and senior year, not knowing your classmates, not having dances. We got to address some of these kind of activities that even if we went to a full virtual model, people got to get together. They have to have social interaction. And I mean, that is not the most important academic thing there, but it is really important. And I think that will help us address some of the social emotional issue challenges that are out there. I think we have a lot of work to do on the special ed and the IEPs and how we're going to be able to manage that. And I think that's going to take, you know, it's going to take a lot of resources just to work through those issues. So I like the orientation for all. You know, originally I kind of thought, well, the freshmen probably needed it because they hadn't been here, but nobody basically has been where we're going. I'm sure there's some line from Star Trek about, you know, Star Trek or some movie going where no person, you know, no man has gone before or no person has gone before. Well, we're there, folks, and everybody needs orientation. So I think we got to do that AB 77 analysis as part of next steps. I like Peter's comments on looking at phase 1 and 2 a little more, you know, and looking beyond there eventually with building some other details there as we know more about the future. The other thing that was mentioned that I think we got to do a better job of is transparency in our communications and really putting this stuff out there so that we're not one group, whoever that group is, doesn't feel as though they're not getting an opportunity. Lord knows that 1028, I hope by now everybody's had an opportunity that wanted to speak, you know, from the public, that we really emphasize, and we've got a good communications team that we really put thought into our communications and being transparent about it. And, you know, there's some classes, what came out of this and listening, some classes work well virtually and really, you know, we ought to look at those and kind of figure, okay, those probably can be over on the virtual end of the spectrum. And there are other classes and other activities like labs or, you know, some kind of art programs that perhaps don't work virtually, that can we do those on site, on campus with some good health, you know, with some good, you know, distancing and whatever the county recommends. And then finally, what can we do to get bilingual service on this for our how do other districts, and you don't have to answer this, how do other districts provide bilingual service in a virtual environment? I think we really need to get Spanish, this board meeting is some sort of Spanish forum. That's what I have.
Okay, so I'll go now. So I think the biggest strength of the plan presented, and the thing that I'd like to see us be direct to the district to go forward with, is the Bell schedule. You know, it allows synchronous learning, you know, with so many hours of synchronous instruction each week. That could be done online or in person. You can easily switch from one to the other with that schedule. You know, and that is an important thing because, you know, we have to be flexible in switching. Now, for now, the proposal is to start with online synchronous learning. And given that we've seen COVID cases double in California almost over the last week, new cases, and we're starting to see growth in San Mateo County, that's where I would be today. Okay. However, you know, it could all go back down by August 1st. So or it could get even worse. So I would say back to, you know, we've got to be flexible. We cannot plan everything in advance. If the cases went way down August 1st, I might say we should have teachers and some kids in the class. They continue to go up, nothing. And, you know, I want to, you should know that, you know, just in the last 24 hours, the governors of Texas and Arizona have paused their reopenings because of growth in COVID cases. And the same questions being asked of the governor of California, which, you know, brings into issues of, you know, the AB 77. We are under the California shelter in place while the AB 77, which needs to be flushed out, says, everyone said the county officer, it says the county officer or a state health officer. And the state health officer has us under a shelter in place order with lots of exceptions. But we need to flush that out. And as Peter pointed out, our county health officer is basically punted. He said, you know, whatever the state health officer says, that's what goes for our county. So we need to be understanding what that means and how that applies to AB 77. And Peter also said there'll never be metrics to understand that. And I think that's a big failure of the medical community. They need to, they can't just say, oh, you might be safe, you might not, you got to look at it. We need to demand metrics from the medical community to understand, for them to put out strong, detailed numerical analysis that says at this level, adults, you know, children are safe, adults over 50 might not be safe or are safe. We need to demand that instead of just say it doesn't exist. You know, for our medical community to say, just make a decision, you know, and none of us have a medical background, I think is very unfair. So, you know, we all, and I know that's going to be a little controversial because we all like to thank the medical community for what they've done during this, but they've left us without, you know, made us make analysis where we don't have the capabilities. And I think if they had done that, if they do that and do that strongly and present it, and if it argues that students should be back in the classrooms, then we might not hear so much, you know, what we heard from our teachers today. Instead, you know, so they need to do that. And we need to, as school board members, we need to demand that from the medical community and administration. You know, so as I was saying, I would delay, I'm 100% for the Bell schedule. I would delay our decision on, you know, how we're going to start till the end of July, till we actually see what's going on with the virus. The virus will decide from us, and hopefully we have more guidance from the medical community how to interpret that data. I also believe if we are going online, we should have teachers in classrooms. And why I believe it is a little different I believe there are, just teaching on Zoom isn't good enough. We can put, and I know because I've taught in classrooms with this on the college level, we can put cameras in classrooms that allow teachers to escape their laptops while they're teaching, but still broadcast what they're doing. So we can put cameras in classrooms that the teacher can walk around the classroom, right on the board, move around and have more freedom. Doesn't have to have students in there. It can run through Zoom or other programs. When I did it, it ran through WebEx, but that was before Zoom. It could run through other programs, and that way we can, through technology, we can more replicate the classroom environment. We need to examine that immediately. I know it'll cost money, but we have capital money. And then the last sort of key thing, what we need to do, and I want us to do, is this discussion of UC Scout and WASC accredited courses. We've made very clear that we're going to take, anyone takes a WASC accredited course outside of our school, we're going to give them credit, and we're going to put it on the class, we're going to put it on their transcript and so forth. That's great. That's very important. And we'll talk about the grade bump issue at the next meeting. Certain classes might deserve it and others wouldn't. But I'd like to do this with UC Scout. UC Scout has a program where if we bring in 30 students and assign a teacher, then our teacher teaches the class. It's absolutely free, but it's taught asynchronous as opposed to synchronous. So what I'm recommending we do is we put a sign up out there in the next month with a list of UC Scout classes. And we say, if you sign up for this class, you'll take one less class on your high school campus. If you sign up for a UC Scout, for every UC Scout class you sign up for, if we get enough for a particular class, whatever it is, 25 or 30, we will assign one of our teachers to teach that class as opposed to teaching a class in their high school. So we should be, we are embracing it, but we can embrace it even more. We can ask our community, ask our students, do you want to sign up for this asynchronous UC Scout class? They're not all there are a lot of AP classes, but there's also other A through G classes. And that students who want that can do it. It's a year-long commitment. It's 10 credits, 10 of our credit hours. So that's pretty much where I am. I would approve everything the district asked for and tell them to get to work on looking at improving the technology in the classrooms, also get to work on, expanding the ability to take asynchronous classes through UC Scout, or if they found something else like that. So that's where I am. Linda had her hand up.
I have a question.
Can we do one more round?
Yeah, I'll go to you next. Linda.
Could I just ask a question before you do my round? My question mark is, I think the bell schedule, the periods are very long. That's not what we do normally. So I guess I'm interested in hearing from someone and maybe Kevin, on why the periods are so long. That's a very long time for someone to be on Zoom. An hour and 45 minutes a class.
No, it's an hour and 15.
I thought it was an hour. Is it an hour and 15? Okay, even an hour and 15. That's a long time. Am I wrong?
Kevin,
is there a reason? Is there something behind that I just don't know?
Well, I think I just want to say, first of all, you need to give enough minutes, and I don't think you can do. There are schools that do bell schedules. I was just trying to look up some of our bell schedules. We do have periods that long on block days. That's not unusual. And that's learning time. It's not just sort of listening, watching a video or doing something like that. That's the time that the teacher has with the students during that day. So it wouldn't, you wouldn't necessarily, the teacher could say, okay, you know, we're going to break into different groups and we're going to have, as Julia mentioned, we're going to have small groups that are going to go have a conversation in a Zoom breakout room, or they're going to do
Okay, that
some
makes
sort of
sense.
democratic
Okay.
seminar. I mean,
Yeah, that makes sense. I was just I was trying to kind of sort that out. That's fine.
Yeah, Linda,
Yeah,
I would just say, I think our classes run from like 50 minutes to an hour, 50 minutes.
Okay, I thought they were more like 50. So now, and we're adding.
And we have block days. Depends on the
Yeah.
school.
Okay.
That combines all.
I'll
types of-
comment later on. And
Well,
I'll
you're
just,
going to comment after Greg.
yeah.
Greg.
Actually, all I want to say is I was impressed by all our board members. So my hats off to everyone. You know, you guys all made very good comments. So I just want to emphasize, like, thank you, Peter. I do believe the larger cohorts are a better way to go. Linda, I really appreciate, and I really want to emphasize the orientation for all. I think that's really important. Bob, I also agree with what you were saying. You had several good points, and one of the biggest ones was the transparency and really talking about communication. I think by the end of this, we need to say very clearly that we are approving this to start with synchronous learning, virtual learning, that we will reassess. I also agree with Linda that it should be over a 3-week period, not a 6-week period. I think once you start getting into 6 weeks, you're almost like, okay, I could just keep going. So I really do think we need like stop points. I do think we need to look at the health orders. If they're not changing, fine, but we do need to have some sort of like reflection as to what they do. Because I know Peter and a bunch of you guys go to those meetings, and if something changes automatically, you're gonna be the first ones to know, you know, and I'm hoping that the board, I'm hoping that our staff does the same. I think one of the things that we didn't talk about is tracers and how to really, that goes back to data and what you guys were talking about with what's happening and is what's going on in the county and who's getting sick and what indicators are going on. That's something that I'd like us to look at. I think we do need to, I'm just going to reemphasize what we talked about before. We need to flesh out the phases. I think I'm willing to approve all the recommendations. I love the fact that we need to do the phases. I think in July, the July meeting, we need to know more about what the phases will look like. I think we need to open it up to other options, or at least to include some of the conversations and the concerns that were brought up here. I liked Peter's recommendation that, yeah, it could be 9th and 10th grade, or it could be 50%. And that's where we can start being a little bit more flexible and by sites. I think that's it for now. I think I think we can do this. I think this is a first step, and I think this is what we needed to do. We need to send a message that we approve that we will start with synchronous learning. We have to have a robust program. We have to have expectations, accountability. This is what we're doing. I like the schedule. That means we can go into synchronous and out of synchronous, and into online, off online. So those are some of the things that I think are going to be critical. And I think our adaptability and flexibility are really important at this point. So that's kind of where I'm at.
So can I say something here? We've been talking about synchronous quite a bit, but I want to point out that what we have proposed is a little bit different than 100% distance learning. Phase 2, what I would ask you to approve is that things like PE classes, and I pick on PE because it's something that every freshman and sophomore takes. It's either 15% or 13, 14% of a kid's day, that those would be on campus for kids that want to be on campus. I just think if we can do that with kids in mass, social distancing out of the fields, that's a super important piece of this. And I just think I'd really like your approval. And I also think we need to take some look at this peninsula issue, because that is just a group of students that we will not be successful. I can't sit here and recommend that we go synchronous for that group of students.
I think for me, I think that's a good point. I think I'm okay with starting at phase 2, but I just think we need to make sure that we know what phase 1 looks like, and that we have a clear picture of that. And so again, I think it's more about starting and moving on. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm glad that phase 1 is synchronous learning, but yes, let's start in phase 2. I think we need to flesh that out. Phase 2, what's that going to look like? I think describe it for us, put us into detail what it's going to look like, and then we can go with it? Because I think in general, I think it's fine going with the phases that you outlined and the recommendations that you've done.
Actually, I think the phases are fine and need to be flushed out, but I could see us going from 2 to 4, and then there'd be or 2 to 5, and then there'd be a lot of disease, and we have to jump back to 3. You know, it's not going to be linear. We have to flush them out so it's not necessarily linear, that you go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5.
But that they're established so that we can go back and forth to what.
Right. We have to, yes. Linda.
Okay. I was thinking about Bob's point about socialization and sports and all the things that we hope can happen for students in addition to education. And kind of looking at orientation again. And I know I'm not in charge of the calendar, but I take those first 2 weeks and I do robust orientations for these kids that includes some physical activities with their little masks and whatever needs to happen. And it would take the first full 2 weeks. And when they leave orientation, they leave with their books. And guess what? They leave with some assignments because they're not going to have school the first 2 weeks because of all the orientations. So they'll have work to do when they leave, and it'll be good for them, keep them busy. So I'd orient the older ones first, or maybe, you have to look at how you want to do it, but do it so that you could give them work to do when they leave orientation and make it a real robust event. Then I would do phase 1 for the month of September with the 3-week evaluation. And if we can open in October and have as many kids on campus as possible, for me, that's phase 2, which however phase 2 can be put in, but I give them a good solid month if we can do it, if AB 77 doesn't shut us down. But if we can do that, I give them a solid month because the teachers really need to develop that, because like Mark said, if we have to go back to sheltering, then everyone's ready and the kids know what it means. We know what it means. Everyone knows what it means, and the teachers are totally prepared to handle it, and they won't be stressed, because I heard a lot of stress when they talked about what happened in spring, and there's just no reason to make anything more stressful than it is. So I'd be looking at a couple weeks orientation time, because it's going to take so much work, and then they get that solid month of computer, the synchronous, and then whatever we can do October 1st to put as many kids on campus as possible, we try to do as the next phase. But I know a lot of this has all got to be developed, but I'd really look at how we can do it in a way that enables kids to be kids while wearing their masks and washing their hands. So that's how I feel about it.
Peter, anything more?
Yeah, I mean, well, I would just say that from spending a lot of time at these meetings with the county and the county school boards association and some of the meetings that Dr. Murrow's come to and made presentations to, I think we've got to look at the metrics in a little broader than just how many cases are occurring, because he said even back in the spring that the number of cases that are occurring are to him the least important metric that he looks at as to how serious the infections are in the county. I mean, he's been looking at the hospitalization, he's been looking at the ICU beds, the ventilators, anything that's happening in the surge capacity. And then in the last 2 months, he's been particularly looking at the testing data as we've actually started testing a lot of people in the county, and we're almost at 60,000 tests now. And our positivity rate in the county is down to 5%, which is the lowest it's been, even though we're having a somewhat surge in cases in the county. The positivity rate is down at 5%. So there's some things to look at when we're looking at the overall health situation in the county that I think the health office looks at in a broader way than solely how many cases are occurring. So that's what I'm saying when we're trying to make an assessment of changing health conditions. It's not simply how many cases are happening. There are other factors that people are looking at. And the other point I wanted to make, because I think people are not understanding it, and it's one of the concerns that they had when they started releasing city by city data, and that's why they were so reluctant about issuing that city by city data, is that city by city data as meaningful as indicating hot points within the county is meaningless. And Dr. Murrow has said that multiple times. Mike Callaghy, the county executive, has said it many times. It's reporting data. It's not indicative of where the cases are actually occurring. So that's why you see so many cases appear to be happening in San Mateo. Well, it's reporting data because there's a Kaiser facility in San Mateo, and that's where so much of the testing was being done right at the fairgrounds in San Mateo. So it looks like there's this big, huge glob of virus in the city of San Mateo, but that's not what's happening. And he said that he said that multiple times, that you can't infer from looking at that little map that's on the county health site. You can't infer that's where the actual infection is. You have to presume that the infection's all over the county. So anyway, that's just what I wanted to say. And going back to what we're dealing with, I think it's important that we move ahead tonight with approving some of these things. And I really would like to see us at least be doing the preparation for moving ahead on phase 2 work. I think we've got, again, like I said in my opening remarks, I think we've got to start making progress and walking down the trail, or we're never gonna get there.
Bob.
I don't have any real additional comments. I do think we do need to give them guidance on moving forward with the stuff we think is going to be there that we're not going to have to scrap. And I don't know if the bell schedule and the phases, certainly some of these things they can work on, and then they can also do some of the work on some of the areas that they just haven't touched, like special ed. So I think they're generally on, the direction is good and generally on the right path, but we still got to, it's a good start, but there's a lot of work, and we got to kind of define a lot of these things, the phasing and the metrics, or get some support on measuring the metrics and what's important. So
I agree. I think, Dr. Skelly, we've given you direction that your plan is something you can move forward with, giving you ideas of where to refine it. No one is really addressed, and it's fine if you don't want to address it. My thoughts on improving broadcast capabilities. Do we want them to explore that? Liz wants.
I think we should. Can I just summarize what?
Ask one more final question. I also want to know if we should explore providing asynchronous options along certain classes along UC Scout.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just tell you what I think I hear, and then you tell me where I'm wrong. I think that you are supportive of the instructional schedule as outlined. That you would like to see the orientation be expanded to include all students to the extent possible. in a way that the schools, in a way of the schools choosing. And that will be something that we can talk about at the end of June. You are in favor of starting phase two, at phase two, which is something that we'll have to work with folks about in terms of expectations. But my desire is that PE is taught on campus in a way that's safe, and that we work on other classes, and that we work on Peninsula as a place where we try to have in-person instruction to see if that works. We have a lot of space up there, and then that we.
Peter, I'm sorry, Kevin. Just with phase two, one of the comments were about ELD. We need to be able to offer support for parents of ELD students who don't want to be in person just as much. Sorry, I had to add that in.
Yeah, and our statistics show that, at least ours, and they're rough, that there's a roughly comparable sort of desire to be virtual among our ELD and our non-ELD students. But that's work that you're right, we need to do. And it may not be that all ELD classes we do that way. And then finally, I don't want to pick on teachers because, there were a lot of teachers and the technology tonight worked really well, but there were challenges that teachers had with technology. And so I think at least starting off the year until we build confidence in technology, that folks have to report to work. And then we can start looking at, is that possible to, for the amount of folks that are working on that. Other things that I heard is the UC Scout. We do offer, UC Scout can be built into Canvas and used by our teachers as lessons if that's what they want to do. And we have Edgenuity as an option for our students if they choose to go asynchronously. We need to continue to work on the mental health pieces and flesh out that student support time built in there. We need to do some things on communication. I agree with Mark. I think we have a plan here that is fluid, that could move from level, phase two to phase one easily, and phase two to some other phase beyond it. And we'll work on defining that as we go forward. I think that extracurriculars, that can be something that we talk about on July 14th. And we also should start thinking about a board meeting, perhaps on July 30th to do this. I think that you've given us some direction here that will allow us to move forward and really start building confidence in ourselves, frankly, that we can do the distance learning in a way that we can all be proud of. And then finally, I'm just going to say this to the teachers and staff that are here. We're going to do 100% distance learning, but we're going to have to be making super hard efforts around personalization of our instruction, whether that's calling kids. And I know teachers do this all the time, and you heard some poignant stories about that. But that effort is just going to be so important in this Zoom-filled world, that folks really spend the time to get to know their students in ways that are meaningful for kids, because they're going to need a reason to get up and turn on their computer.
Linda.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the phase two and the things that are on it, and I'd really like to have you explore open track time so that students can come and use the track. I think that would just kind of as a encouragement to kids to come out there. Open learning spaces where they can come and sit and participate in their classes, but they're on campus. So some of these kids really need to be on campus, and I would love to see if we could set up open spaces that they can have that opportunity. And then looking at a wellness center, how we can set up a wellness center for students who really need to come in to talk to someone. However, we can make that happen, mask and the 6 feet, whatever, but space for that, because I think we need to look at maximizing our use of open space in phase 2.
Right.
I agree. Those are good thoughts.
So also in phase 2, I know we talked about EL, but also Peninsula. I know how you're pushing for Peninsula, and I agree with you. I just think we need to be sensitive to the teachers in Peninsula too. What are they going to be there? Great, then they're doing it, and you know it's 100%. If not, who's going to be virtual in that group? Also, communication. Now that we've said, I think unanimously that this is what we want to do, and you've articulated it back to us. Now it needs to be a communication piece. I think we have to get this out to our parents, to our teachers. This is the way we're going, and this is the plan. Solidify it. Maybe solidify it for next meeting, and then where are we going to start? And then this is where we're going to go. So it's kind of a 2-part thing. This is the process A to Z. Here's the phases, and then this is where we are. This is where we're starting, and this is what it's going to look like in the fall for right now, which can adjust, and we can adjust as time goes on.
A last thought on Peninsula. Let's not, you're on target. I think you need to come back with more detail in July, in our July, whatever meeting it is, July 14th. Because you got to remember, we're leaving Peninsula hopefully by October 1st, and maybe even sooner. So, you're not getting a lot of benefit out of that. In July, we'll know when the Burlingame campus is going to be, we'll have a better vision on when it's going to be ready. So we can do it, with 100 kids, the Burlingame campus would be half empty because it was built for 200 kids. So I think we need to, we just need more follow-up on Peninsula.
Yeah.
Anyone else have anything?
The AB 77 issue. That's really got to get sorted out.
And also from county council, what their interpretation is.
Yeah,
that would be wonderful.
I've seen different things, Linda, on that it's sort of, what people read you was pulling out one topic, and there's other areas that might contradict it.
I understand that. That's why I think we need to get a legal.
Yeah, I've seen other interpretations of that.
Yeah. So let's get.
Yeah, but I agree with you. It's a simple thing.
Get Niblin or somebody to do it.
Yeah. So are we done? Can we move on?
Please.
Are we adjourning?
L2.
No, we can't adjourn.
We got a whole meeting. I think it's in less than an hour. Okay.
We have another agenda.
We have the whole agenda. Item L2, approval of the COVID-19 written operations report.
Okay, so I'm not sure if Brian is led into the.
He's here.
There he is.
Great. Go ahead. Brian is here to answer any questions you might have.
No
what is this?
Brian, unmute yourself and explain why we have to do this.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I was talking and I got unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so just quickly, this is essentially kind of a replacement for the LCAP for this spring, because there was no LCAP till December. This is essentially a kind of report the state has required of us that's connected to the budget, which essentially just outlines what we did during the spring for distance learning, as well as the provision of food and other supports to students. It's a fairly simple report. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, it would just be asking for approval.
I move approval.
Moved by Mr. Land. Do I hear a second? Come on.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Second by Ms. Lee Dwyer. Greg Land, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let's go.
Ms. Lee Dwyer.
Yes.
Mr. Hanley.
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Griffin. And I vote yes. It carries 5-0. I'm going to keep you guys awake as we push through this agenda. Okay. I know it's past some of your bedtimes. Item L3.
That's for sure.
The 2020-21 district budget.
So
I
this
move
is the-
approval.
Second.
Yeah, I don't think we that I will.
You know
so we
this.
have.
I don't
we have
think,
a motion in a second, Liz. I'll just comment. This is the same budget we saw last time. I have the same issues with it.
Yes.
that I have
we
last
know,
It's
we
not.
know.
It's not the same
Mark,
budget.
no.
It's changed.
And I
It has changed.
I still believe
Every
I'm
number
correct.
changed slightly.
I still believe I'm correct about all the extra millions coming in. Okay.
Well,
Good luck,
Everything
Mark.
I took out the carryover charts, so I think we all acknowledge that there will be carryover.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I think we
Well
all,
said, Liz.
and CARES Act money is coming in the order of $2 million with the special ed learning loss.
We like
I
carryover.
actually put something in the front of that about the AB 77 because there's two things you need to know is, food, student nutrition, transportation employees, as well as custodians who have not been laid off, prior to July 1st cannot be laid off. And then the other thing is about the AB 7 for the educational. I think that it really, what the state is saying is they're not going to fund a school district if you don't offer on-site learning. I mean, that was kind of the way the veil that I kind of came up with when I read it.
I read AB 70, so it's complicated. We'll get a
Yeah.
lawyer to interpret it for
Yeah.
us.
Perfect.
So a motion by Ms. Lees Dwyer, seconded by Mr.
Second.
Lau.
Yes.
Peter.
Yes.
Oh, I did that wrong.
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
You just got everybody to
Yes.
say yes, so there.
I'm debating because I'll vote yes, fine.
Move on.
Okay, 5-0. You got me because it's 11:05.
Exactly.
It doesn't really matter because the money's coming anyways. Item L4, adoption of resolution authorizing year-end budget transfers. This is something we normally do. Someone make the motion.
I
So
move.
move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Griffin, second by Mr. Land.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Mr. Land, yes. Ms. Lees Dwyer.
Yes.
Mr. Hanley.
Yes.
Mr. Griffin.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion carries 5-0. Now, next one's an important one. Motion to approve the staff recommendation to suspend for 6 months the 2020-21 school resource agreement. I'll just read it. The Board of Trustees is asked to approve staff recommendation to suspend for 6 months from the school resource agreement between the San Mateo Police Department, San Mateo Foster City School District, and the San Mateo Union High School District, and work on potential ways to restructure our relationship.
I
Anyone
move
wanna
approval.
comment? Do I hear a second? And then I'll comment.
Second.
Okay. Does anyone want to comment?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Peter.
Well, let me just say that I know we're in a time with a lot of passions around this issue, but we've had over the years several discussions about this issue, and I think our experience with the SROs has been a pretty good experience. In fact, it's been a good experience. I can't recall, and maybe Bob, if you have a different recollection, speak up because you've been around even longer than I have. But I can't recall that there's ever been filed a complaint or any kind of issue with any of the SROs by any of our students or anybody else on our campuses. And in fact, there've been a lot of compliments over the years about the relationships with the SROs that I've heard. So I don't object to doing this because we're not going to have a lot of students on the campus for the next 6 months. So financially, it makes a lot of sense. But I also don't want to, just say that this has been a bad thing for the district, because I don't think over the years it has been a bad thing for the district. And I don't want us, throwing the police departments under the bus here, just because passions are pretty high about police in general. But I think we've had good officers in our schools. So that's my comment. on it. I don't object to doing this because I think just from a financial point of view, it makes sense to do this for 6 months.
I'd just like to counter that, and then I'll come to Greg.
So I'm, I really appreciate. Sorry.
Can I say that? Okay. I just think the issue here isn't past performance. The issue is looking at what students of color, how they feel on a campus when they have a fully uniformed policeman who's armed and so forth. I've read a lot where that makes them feel less welcome. Might be right, it might be wrong, but we now have we are dedicating the next 6 months to explore that, to see if we can provide the services in a way that to understand if those students, if some students, not even, any students feel uncomfortable when they see armed police on campus. And if we can provide the same same safety and other things, not safety, I want to say same counseling and other issues they've said they provided with a different format, maybe the same people, but not with guns and uniforms. I don't know, but it lets us look into that. Greg.
So I was just going to say, I really echo what Peter has to say with the SROs and the positive nature of things. I think re-examining and again, looking at it from that side, yes, we've had good experiences. On the other side, we've also had budgetary conversations where it's like, is this why should we spend this money to the police department and pay for this service in this way? Shouldn't it be a different way? Education is always the one who's on the short end of the stick with the budget. And maybe we need to do more, like you're saying, for our students rather than that. So I don't mind the re-examination of the finances and how it's being done. But I will say this, like the DARE program and other programs that bring police into the classrooms, you want to build relationships in positive ways. I don't want to give that up. I think that's still an element that's important. I don't want to being Pollyanna about it, but I want that to be the way in which we grow and improve the police departments that exist and have connections with our students. And I don't have the answer because I also understand the struggles and the problems that have gone on in our world and the racism and the institutional racism that exists. So it's a hard question for me.
Linda or Bob? Linda?
Yeah.
Let Bob go first because he.
There have not been problems in my tenure with any relationships between the police department and the district. I mean, we've worked, well cooperated, although we paid a price for, in San Mateo with the 3 schools. I do think we need to examine it. It just so happens the budget aligned, the budget, the payment aligned with, we don't really need the service. It's like my gym membership I've been paying for the last 3 months and I have not used it, but I paid it just because, and then they're going bankrupt anyway, but that's a different story. I just think we need to examine it, look at the other ways we spend this money. And also, particularly since we're sort of lockstep, we're splitting the cost with the elementary district. And, let's see what they think they're getting out of it. How can we work together to get more benefit? Or can we spend money on restorative justice, spend money with mental, some sort of mental health programs, some sort of other gang intervention programs. I hope that we will continue to have good relationships with the police department. We may, when it comes back, maybe even better. Maybe we need to figure out ways to enhance it. So this is not beating up on the San Mateo Police Department. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, Liz, do we pay the Burlingame Police and the San Mateo Police to be at our basketball games?
No, only San Mateo. Burlingame is free. San Bruno's free, and that's also at 2 campuses. And Millbrae is, they come over on occasion. Yes.
Okay.
Millbrae
Yeah,
doesn't
because
have
you know, because I mean, their presence there, standing around armed, is really kind of unnecessary, but if they enjoy the game, that's fine. I'm fine with, I've always saw the resource officers as positive people. I never really knew they had guns though. So I think when we revisit this, you know, I'm fine with using, I agree with Greg on that people need to learn to become comfortable with each other. And, you know, we can't paint everyone with the same brush, but at the same time, I really don't like the idea of having guns on campus. So if we could, you know, have a resource officer, no gun, and involved in the wellness program, that would work for me. So.
I'm going to read you one more thing from AB 77.
Oh.
The infamous AB 77. It's in the intent of the legislator to consider encouraging local education agencies to use school resources currently allocated to such personnel, they're referring to policemen, including school and police departments and contracts with local police or sheriff's department for pupil support services such as mental health services and professional development for school employees on cultural competency and restorative justice as needed if found to be a more appropriate use of resources based upon the needs of pupils and the campuses that serve them. I think that's what
There
we're
we go.
trying.
Yeah, we're ahead of them.
We're ahead. And
We're doing one thing with SB 77.
Yeah.
What AB?
We need to vote. Do we need to vote?
Yes, the motion was by Ms. Lee Dwyer, seconded by Mr. Griffin. Mr. Land.
Yes.
Ms. Lee Dwyer.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Hanley.
Yes.
Mr. Griffin.
Yes.
Mr. Friedman. Yes. Okay. Now I'm going to try to go really fast. Oh, no.
Construction.
Consider the award M1. Consider the award of the construction. The motion carried 5-0. Consider the award of construction management services and contract for Measure L Capital Facilities Prime Program to Greystone West Company.
I move approval.
Perfect. Go.
So just.
I sat on the committee to
Okay,
review
that's what I
the
wanna hear.
candidates.
Yeah.
And I read all of their backgrounds, and then they did a matrix, and I participated with, it was Linda Carlton, Dwayne Taylor, and who's the other gentleman?
Brad Barncourt.
Brad, yeah. And we had a conference call on it and talked about the different companies and what they brought. And we came to the conclusion that the personalized boutique service that we get from Greystone, the competitors couldn't meet that. Also, the rates were less. And so, it was a pretty straightforward decision.
Thank you for doing that, because that gives the motion transparency, you know.
That's true.
And I appreciate.
I read them
you doing
all.
so. I have
You know how I
motion
like
by
to read.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Land. Mr. Land, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Lees Dwyer,
Yes.
Mr. Hanley,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion carries 5-0. We're moving on. Personnel actions. Do you want to tell us anything, Dr. Black?
No, it's
I move approval.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Lees Dwyer, second by Mr. Land. Mr. Land, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Lees Dwyer,
Yes.
Mr. Hanley,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes.
Mr. Friedman votes yes, and we're hoping Greg stays awake for the rest.
I'm still
Item
up.
1-2, review, discuss, and approve the revised student acceptable use policy and the new student responsible use policy. Dr. Black.
we revised our acceptable use policy that we've had, and we adopted a new one for students for respectful use, given so much of an increase in our use.
You just blasted my ears out.
Oh, God, sorry.
It's not your fault.
But I'm awake again.
Yeah, I'm awake. Woo! You know what it is, Kirk? It's your equipment.
I'll move approval.
Second.
So the motion is by Mr. Land, second by Ms. Lees Dwyer. Mr. Land.
Yes.
Ms. Lees Dwyer. Mr. Hanley.
Yes.
Mr.
Is he
Griffin.
awake?
Yes.
I vote yes. The motion carries 5-0. item N3. And I haven't missed anything, right, Roberta or Charlene? Adopt a school district.
Charlene,
Uh-oh.
is she awake?
She-
assignments at the
Yeah,
adult-
Right on track. Keep going.
We muted ourselves.
So the district plan for the committee on assignments at the adult school. This is adopting waivers for identified staffs to teach outside their classified.
Right, for ELD and the ESL in adult school.
How many?
Well, we're just, this is just a plan for allowing the adult school to do that. Most adult schools have that. We haven't had it in the past, but it will allow us to hire teachers as we need them in ESL.
Do we even know our adult school program for next year?
I had an hour conversation with them today. They're working on it. They're thinking probably a hybrid model, but they have a new director coming in July 1st. So we're kind of waiting for that.
Another thing for July 14th.
I was gonna say, that's gonna be on the agenda, I bet.
Yeah, we need adult school in Peninsula.
Quit
separate.
yawning, Skelly.
I was gonna say, Skelly's yawning too. I'm not the
I
one.
saw, he keeps himself so small, so we have to really look.
Middle
And when you
college,
see the top
Maybe
of
that's
his
what I
head
mean.
though,
Far
that's
away.
really a bad sign.
I would just recommend we do middle college adult school and Peninsula separate from the comprehensive, so we
Yeah.
can
Good
focus
idea.
Good idea.
separate agenda items.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there someone want to move this? Adopt the district
I'll
plan?
move approval.
Thank you, Peter.
Second,
Motion by Mr. Hanley, second by Mr. Griffin. Mr. Land.
Okay, yes.
Now we're getting punch drunk. Ms. Lee Dwyer.
We don't drink at board meetings.
No.
Yes,
Yeah, punch drunk doesn't mean you drink.
I understand that, but we still
Double
don't. drink at board
punchy.
meetings.
Mr. Hanley,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
yes.
and I vote yes, motion carries 5-0. Division of Business Service. Consider
Move approval.
Second.
Consider adoption of resolution of the Board of Trustees of Salmon finding and determining that it is in the public interest necessary to procure food carts and accessory equipment without public bidding in order to provide on-site and off-site student meals in a safe manner as expeditiously as possible due to the COVID-19 health and safety requires an acceptance
This is
of the
important.
Sedento proposal for such carts and equipment.
This is
Yes.
important. So yes,
Who
Yes.
moves up?
I
I moved
moved.
and Linda seconded.
Oh,
Okay,
whatever.
moved by Greg,
Whatever.
second by Lynn. Greg Land votes yes.
Yes.
Linda Lee Dwyer.
Yes,
Peter Hanley,
Yes.
Bob Griffin,
Yes.
Mark Friedman votes yes. We got.
I
both-
understand, I understand why this was not, at first I thought this should have been on the consent agenda, but since we were actually not going, we were making a change in the process. It's good that we didn't put it on the consent agenda.
Right, yeah, we're
Yep.
not getting bids, and that's.
Yes,
just
so I think that was a very good move on the agenda, people.
I agree.
Emergency purchase. Does anyone have anything about these agendized items?
You talking about the board
I mean, the
policies?
policies, board policies.
No, I read through them. They were almost all ed code stuff.
Yeah.
It was
that's all
all,
it is.
almost every paragraph was just taken right out of the ed code.
So we're just gonna move that to consent next week, next
Yes.
July or whenever.
Hopefully not next week.
Yeah, not
Not
next
to
week.
August.
No, you get 2 weeks off.
I do not want to see this board for
Yeah. No
weeks.
offense.
It's a special board meeting, not the
By the
regular.
time we meet again, Peter, you'll have hair to your shoulders.
Roberta,
Yeah,
though, we
I probably will.
our meeting should have a
It's
full.
Look at
gonna be
this.
back, it's gonna be back to the 70s for me.
Look at this.
I got cut.
Yeah, I have daughters who come home and cut my hair.
My teachers did my haircut.
Mark, I just have a question. So the July 14th board meeting is a special board meeting because we did not have any board meetings scheduled for the month of July. So since it's a special board meeting, like the policies and stuff will appear on the August 6th.
Fine.
That's fine.
That's
What do we
fine,
do
yeah.
with J2 though? We're gonna bring that back, J1, we're gonna bring that.
J1. That
Yeah.
should be special. That
Well,
can be right
You can
Not gonna
put,
go on
I
the
mean, you
14th.
can put the policies on a special board meeting.
Yeah,
There's
it
no,
doesn't matter.
there's no rule against putting policies on a special
Yeah,
board
if you
meeting.
give anything 72 hours notice, you can do what, put anything on.
I'm
All
noticing.
right. I
You
just
can
don't
make,
want-
you can make the July 14th a regular board meeting. You just have to post it 72 hours in
Regular meetings.
advance.
Yeah.
All right.
So
do
are
we
we
do?
listening? Is this first Roberta that we're hearing?
Yes.
That's what I thought. And then we have second Roberta sitting here. Okay.
He's muted.
I don't want to say old Roberta.
July
It's first
14th,
Roberta.
Are we going to do J1 on July 14th? Is that the,
That's
or do
Yeah.
you want to do
That's
it
correct,
now?
yeah.
Yes.
Well, will we have some analysis of the SPP and all that?
Yes, we should. Yes.
You gave us a list, and then you just also asked us to do middle college, adult school, and Peninsula
Yeah.
as a separate item.
Yeah.
Each
And-
separately, just so we
Why is
can.
your mask on?
Because too many people are in the room.
Oh,
Don't make, Kevin, don't make those like big 10-page presentations, just like
Yeah.
1 or 2 page that follow from the other presentation.
Okay.
It's to focus our discussion as
Yeah.
much as it is, you understand what I'm saying? So we
Yeah,
focus, so we don't
you-
jump all around.
Right. I'll do fabulous work for you. You can count on me.
Anyone have anything else to agenda items? It's 11:25.
He's
I
yawning
just have
under the
one
mask.
quick, I got one quick comment. And I think, Roberta, is this your last real meeting?
Yes.
I would like to
No.
is it?
Yes,
it
it is.
can't be.
Well, I would
No.
like to recognize you because you made us forget about Charlotte, who was great, and you were even greater.
Thank you,
And
Bob.
you have been unerring and just dedicated like the Dickens. I mean, I appreciate all your help.
Thank you, Bob.
I'm so glad Bob said that because I
That was
agree.
what Bob said. And, you know, your last meeting, we made you go to 11:30.
Well, we can
I
go to
know, thank
midnight.
you.
We can go to midnight if you want.
Somehow, Roberta, I just can't see you leaving.
Yeah.
She's got it, though. You can be sure of that.
No offense to Charlene at all.
No.
None taken.
There you go.
I will miss working with you guys, so it was fun.
You know,
Ditto.
you and specialties, you both went
I
on
know.
at the same time.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to train Charlene on my lunches, other dinners.
Well, and
Specialties gone.
Yeah.
yeah, they disappeared.
Forever.
Okay,
Yeah.
and
The
I
other
am
thing,
taking Roberta to lunch tomorrow at noon.
oh, yeah.
So
the other
with
thing I
social
want you to-
distancing and all that, so if anybody wants to join us, send me a text in the morning and we're
I
gonna
have a
go.
deposition in Pleasanton.
The other thing I want to add before you push the button is, you know, I guess Roberta and I have been just going to school together and working together longer than Roberta wants to acknowledge she's old, because we do
Yeah.
go back to high school. And then
Yes.
we worked at a different company and we worked at the school district. And I guess my next joint must be going to retirement too, huh, Roberta?
Yep.
Well, let's not think about that yet.
Oh,
You got 2 more years on your term. I'm retiring next.
That's it.
Okay,
All right.
so the meeting's over. Everyone, I could end it all, or well, Laura and I.
Oh, can I say one thing? I thought we should recognize the whoever responded to that burglary and took care of that so quick, and whoever had the warning stuff, you know, what do you call them?
Alarms.
Alarm.
Yeah. How that guy got caught so quick and we didn't lose anything. And at some point I'd like to like give them some certificates or something.
Recognition. There you go.
Yeah, I really would.
Nice.
Maybe we can have them come to a board meeting and we can all shake their hands.
We can zoom them
Well, we
in.
could zoom them and just go like this.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think it would be nice to recognize them.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
So
Good night, everybody.
say good
Okay.
night, and Laura and I will.
What
Good
time is
night, you
it?
guys.
Good night.
Bye.
Still
11:30.
Thursday?
Meeting adjourned.
Meeting
Bye.
adjourned. Night.
So tired.
Okay. Now you have to drive home.
Better get used to it.
Kevin, I'm going to end the meeting before, there you go.